Gambiana.
Welcome to Greenville Estate in the heart of Gunjur, just minutes away from the Gunjur Highway. The estate is located in a serene and nature-oriented environment which makes it the first community in the Gambia certified by the National Environmental Agency. As part of our Going Green initiative, beautiful trees grace the landscape as you drive into the estate, and we are planting even more trees. Go green and own a piece of our Greenville dream. With 673 plots of land available, you can purchase a plot today and start construction immediately. Find your next home at the Greenville Estate, an affordable estate that suits any budget.
While you have certainly heard about coronavirus, commonly called COVID, you might not know these important facts and ways to protect your family from the illness it can bring. COVID can be very contagious through air, touch, or sharing food. It has been studied at length, and we can share with you what we know so far. Who are we? We are New World International, a non-profit organization located in Washington State, and our mission is to educate people about coronavirus. The coronavirus can cause serious illness and, yes, even death if not treated right away. The symptoms are similar to the common flu: fever, cough, sore throat, and shortness of breath. Many people experience these symptoms and wait too long to seek medical attention. That can be a life-threatening mistake. Certainly, keeping a safe distance from others that appear to have flu symptoms is advisable. It's always better to be safe than sorry. If you develop these symptoms, there won't be any way for you to know that it's just a common flu unless you have a test done. It's best to seek out a doctor, nurse, health worker, or health facility to get advice and treatment if needed. If you are a student, report the conditions to your teacher right away. By all means, stay home if you are sick. Always cover your mouth and nose if you sneeze, and wash up afterward. The contagion spreads with the moisture droplets. As you have heard, there is a vaccine available for coronavirus. Seriously consider receiving a vaccine before you become ill. And above all, consult with your doctor when you do not feel well. For more information, please visit us online at newworldinternational.org.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome to the For the People, by the People. Whilst I'm waiting for my colleagues to join us very soon, I just thought I say Eid Mubarak to all of you. Yalla mi nga xamne dara tewu ko or nañ ko ci jàmm jeexal ko ci jàmm. I think my brother Sarian is just joined me. Brother Sarian, you're looking very, very, very fresh. I have to say that. And I think I know why. Coming from the Kaaba and going face to face with Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Lerayambi kind of, I mean, we can all see it. My brother, welcome back and Eid Mubarak.
Faramos,
Yes,
Eid
sir.
Mubarak, Eid Mubarak, Eid Mubarak. Good to join you as always. And it was tech. I had to juggle between two computers before I get online. So
I
you
see
know,
that. I see that.
yeah, I'm not
I
sure
see
what
that.
happened to my Mac. So it's telling me to open on Chrome, and I've already downloaded Chrome. But yeah, great to join you and Eid Mubarak, and came back, went, and everything went successfully. And as I said, I prayed that next year, inshallah, Coach will go along with us, and we'll pray.
And God knows he needs it. My brother definitely needs to go face to face with the Kaaba. But bro, I think there are a lot of people that are watching. It
Uh-huh.
would be a bad idea. Yow ya jógee ci Makka, and it's just the end of the Ramadan. Nga sànni ñu ñaan ñun ñëpp yal nañ ko fekkee ndegeen déwén ak jàmm. Ñi nga xam ne demaguñ umra, Yalla give them the health, the capability, the finances to be able to make the trip. So I am so ma bàyyi ko ci sa loxo nga ñaanal ñu. Ñaanal ñu.
Alhamdulillah, man. Alhamdulillah. As I said, I prayed especially, to those families who are suffering, people who are not able to make it,
Mhm.
and the Muslim Ummah and non-Muslims at large, our country in particular. I pray that Almighty God, salvage Mama Gambia from bad leaders, and put them put it back on track, whereby we'll be proud of our country, and the suffering of the people and the plight of the people will be on full center. So that's the prayer we did, inshallah. And there were many Gambians who were out there too. I mean, spiritually, it's uplifting.
Mhm.
It's tiring, but again, it's an obligation. If you are able to make it there, do it. Now things are not that difficult as before. You can get a visa for a whole year,
Mhm.
multiple entries, and you can plan ahead. But again, it's huge challenge. I mean, it's like during Hajj, a lot of people out there. But
Yeah.
but again, spiritually, fulfilled, and we prayed. And as I said, one of the days when I was there, I saw someone around the Kaaba, but the person looks like Macky Sall. So after
Mhm.
when coach confirmed that that was him, then
Mhm.
I kind of realized that was him too. But yeah, great to be back, Musa. And I pray too. There is a lot of political dialogue, a lot of things that are going on in our country,
I
and
know, I
and
know.
may God forge our hearts together. That way,
I
we
mean,
can
yeah.
all come together and forge ahead. I mean, it's a lot of challenges, and I watch the president
Mhm.
Jamai, uh, from Makkah. I mean, doing the parade review and everything, and him and his friend, the prime minister.
Yeah.
So as you said, if you are dedicated to what you believe in, your values, your core values, and it's not only about you, but
Yeah.
it's about the people, then
Mhm.
God make it to fruition. I mean, if you think about 2023, the Gendarmeries are gassing Usman Sonko and putting him in their armored vehicle.
I'm a vehicle. Yeah.
Today, 2024, he's the prime minister, and they are escorting him. So
Yeah.
what does that say? It says that God is always on our side. If we
Definitely.
pray
Definitely
and
makes
talk to
permanent.
him and put our best effort forward, and he will reward us. And I think, and I'm very, very proud of them both, looking at them, and and I said, the world is the world. You are in
Oh, no doubt.
yesterday, today, and the future. So you have to be very mindful. You have to be very, very mindful. So, yep, with that, Father Mose, you
Yeah.
have the on now. And thank you very much.
May the good Lord, may the good Lord answer all our prayers. And
Amin, ya Rabbi.
prayers
Amin,
should
ya Rabbi.
never
Amin, ya Rabbi.
be underestimated.
I
I
mean, yep.
remember, I don't know, it was 2013 or 2014. I can't even remember when I was in Mecca. And I think I told this story here before. And we were in Yoma Arafah, and we were in front of the mountains and praying. And here I was with the wifey, and I was praying, Yaya Jame Yal Nako Fa Yala Gene. And my wife thought I was crazy. One opportunity, the only thing that I could think of, going to go political. I'm like, well, kuchi nek agli nek chisa holbe. And as far as I'm concerned, this was something that I was call it obsession, if you wanna. And if I paid my money to come right there at the mountains, I might as well communicate directly with the Lord. Yes,
Uh,
Syrian, we definitely did miss you, no doubt. I see here your thing is swelling. We
no,
did we did
I,
miss you,
huh?
and you missed out quite a few of going back and forth. I remember one time you were in the Gambia, you couldn't wait. You had to dial in, and but all the same. So we are obviously going to be joined by Dr. Ceesay, the Minister of Information. We want to apologize to our viewers as well. We definitely wanted to make it last weekend. That's when we had this schedule with Dr. Ceesay. I mean, obviously, Sarian was out of pocket. And then, we have conflict of schedule. My situation was kind of delay, and Pasamba was going to be at work delay. So we thought, for somebody like having a conversation with Dr. Ceesay, it's better to wait, when all of us are available. You can see that Pasamba is at work today. So he did say that he was going to join us. So we will be waiting, but we
Yeah.
will be talking to Dr. Ceesay. But before that, Sariang, I just wanted to,
No, no, Musa,
yes,
give me a second before
yes,
before we even get into that. So, you
mm,
know, on Friday, as I was transiting back to the United States, I got a news that a young man here in Portland,
yes,
very, very active young man, and he followed For the People by the People show, by the way. His name is Sanaba Kuyate. He's from Brikamaba.
mm,
So the young man passed away.
wow,
They did the burial yesterday. I was not able to attend due to yeah, but yeah. So I mean, every time we had this, I didn't hear from him for more than 7 weeks now, and that tells
wow,
me that maybe he was not feeling well and not everything. So but every time after the show, he will usually text me and say, "Hey, bro, Nakeba, he wants to have a debate after the debate, most of
yes,
this
yes,
stuff."
yes,
So
yes,
very
mm,
passionate about Gambia and Africa at large. And, he's one of those who always want to showcase his identity and heritage, and always proud of where he came from. I mean, last year, sometimes I believe he went to Gambia, and
mm,
made a little road trip all the way to Mali. And I saw him one time. He was working with his mom at
mm,
the rice field. I mean, it was during rainy season. I said, "Hey, I saw you with your mom," and he says, "Yeah, these parents, we try to tell them not to go to the rice field, but they keep insisting, and they will do it. They are passionate." So while I was in Gambia, one
mm,
morning I told her that I was gonna go with her. So, and says I accompanied with her, and we went out there. We spent the whole day, But a young man with a big heart, and one always, if you talk to him, his objective, at least, or his conversation, will center around self-sustainability.
mm,
Why we had so much resources, back in the days and up to today, but we continue to struggle, and we continue to rely on Western aid. And these are the conversations, and he will just kind of challenge you and say, how about if we do this? How about think about, I think one of the time that I had a big call with him was after we discussed Yankuba, yeah, Dabo's thing in Brikama and all that. And he says, if you think about, if we register every home,
mm,
and there are people who are actually honest, who goes in there and collect these dues, how much development if we do it, he will throw the math out there and say, if we use that, how much development if just Brikama alone, let's
Mm.
think about it. So if we do that around the country, do you think we'll be begging, will be like, talking dependent on everything, and the people will build better roads, better hospitals, just the stuff that the income that we generate from. So big ideas, very, very, I would say, he always personify, his beliefs and where he came from. And we miss him a lot, because, I mean, turning your phone on, connecting on a Wi-Fi when you are like 36,000 feet in the
Yeah.
air, and saw this message, and I
Wow.
was really, really taken back. But we pray that Allah grant him Jannah, and
Mm.
guide his family, and maybe his mom
Mm.
especially, because when I saw that
Wow.
stuff, he has a very real connection with the
Close
mom. So I was
relationship
thinking
with
about it,
mom.
and I called his younger brother who lives here, and I said, how's you guys mom doing? And he says, mom is coping. He says, God gave him and God take him away, so
Yeah.
takes it in good faith and all that. But I just want to throw that and
Oh
acknowledge
no,
him
that is
as a
absolutely,
great
that is
person. Yeah, yeah,
absolutely important, and
yeah,
very sad. And Sigel Lendigale, and
yeah,
condolences to the family.
yeah,
Yalla ko Yalla hare ajana. They did not fly him. Yirmande Yalla Malakai. Really sorry about that. Really sorry to hear that. Especially for a young fellow. I mean, that
yeah,
mom, I mean, it's inevitable. But
uh,
when it happens to someone who has a lot of living to do, it's always sad. Definitely. Yeah. So Saria and Amina, yes, of course, we will be joined by Dr. Ceesay later on in the next 15, 20 minutes whilst we're waiting. And also to tell our viewers, we're also on YouTube. So you can try us on YouTube as well. We've been having a lot of, especially from the Gambia, people saying, can you get on YouTube? So we're there too. I mean, we're on Facebook and we're on YouTube. And if some of you can check it out and kind of let us know, I haven't tried it yet, but we downloaded it and I make sure that we have it both on Facebook and on YouTube. Um,
yeah. In fact, I ran into someone in Saudi, and how we're in the middle. The guy keeps staring at me, and he came back. He says, "My brother, where you from?" I said, "No, originally I'm from Gambia, but I live in the United States." He said,
uh,
"But your face look very familiar, And I said, "Maybe." He says, "I think." Yeah, are you part of the platform for the people? I say, yeah, yeah. He says, sorry. I say, yes, yes, that's true. So, yeah, yeah. But a lot of praises. I mean, he says, I follow you guys, and you guys doing a heck of a job and everything. So that I wanted to pass along. So we actually were buddies. We went inside the car and
doing
do
the power.
our yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. But people are praying, Musa. Everybody, I think the conversation within four of us that day going around doing our thing centers around
Mm,
how we should continue to pray for our country,
mm,
for
mm,
country to be in better hands, whereby all these struggles, all these pitfalls, the challenges that we face, and may God make it easy upon us, and
mm.
give us someone who actually will care about the plight of the people and the Gambian people at large. So that was something
Absolutely.
we prayed. Yeah.
So sorry, I just wanted to kind of bring to speed to our viewers. I think it was about a month ago that we put out information that for the people, by the people, we are working on bringing Talib Bensouda to Atlanta during the July 4th, in an
Mm.
interactive, just like we normally would reach out to politicians. Today we have Dr. Ceesay, of course, virtually. And the discussion last year was like, it would be a bad idea to kind of reach out to people and then bring them to whether it's the ALD in Washington and to the July 4th. And, different names were put out there. I mean, Khalifa was one of them, especially after he got his book, The Sovereignty, something like that. I think I have a copy of the book. And we thought that we could reach out to Khalifa and he can come and launch his book during the July 4th. Now, but we finally decided that it was going to be Talib, in an upcoming politician and a young man. And we thought bringing him to Atlanta, to the diaspora, to have a conversation, it wouldn't be a bad idea. And we all get excited about it. And I'm like, wow, Sumademe Gambia, you tell me the same thing. You said if you go, you talk to him as well. And the invitation was extended. And and the mayor accepted that, yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Now, leggy, you'll have intentions. And for whatever reason, it gets misconstrued. And for the past 2 weeks, it was done in such a way that we thought it was counterproductive to do it this time around, because it defeats the whole purpose. It's been misconstrued, and there was a lot of negativity, which is not really true. So we thought the best thing to do is to shelve it. And I had a conversation with the mayor, because there were a lot of things, people going to him. And I want to explain what is behind sometimes this reaching out and trying to bring people to the July 4th, because this was not the first time. Years ago, I used to be the chairperson of Ajera, and we were the ones organizing the July 4th. And during that time, we always would have a program, we call it symposium, where we would meet, because we didn't want just to have it like a party chigudigi, and then play soccer. That's what it was known for. So we thought it's good to add the dimension to it, where we can sit and we'll have a conversation. So it started out very slow. Few people would come. Nyom Koto Senifai, Brother Habib Salum, Maila Toure. Usually the usual suspects. So we will always have it on a Friday or Saturday afternoon, but the hall would be about 10, 15, 20 people. It wouldn't really attract a lot of people. Even though the July 4th, you go to the party, it will attract thousands of people. So Gambians were not very responsive to those symposiums at that time. And when we came on, during my as chairperson and other play, I'm like, you know what? We need to put in a lot of effort into this symposium. Unless when you bring Yusundur, you attract a lot of people. You're putting in star power. And we should do the same thing with the July 4th. If you bring in people that people want to hear, guide in a no. Instead of having 12, 15 people, you will have a hall full of people. So we started out with SM Diba. This was at that time. So you can say that it was a long time ago. Mm-hmm. And we were working with her secretary, trying to bring SM Diba to the July 4th. It didn't work out. The following year, we had WA. And boy, can you believe it? All of a sudden, the symposium, the whole idea changed. The hall was full of people because everybody wanted to hear about WA. It was, I'm telling you, unbelievable. Wow, this is the way to go. WA came there, and this was just after the coup d'etat, I think. And this was when he just formed them. Osmbenga and a lot of people from Washington. Because for the July 4th, it tends to attract a lot of young people, but there are also political junkies. Unless you organize something like that, they wouldn't come. Yeah. So, but that year, everybody came to Atlanta. And out of that, of course, they will go to the other programs, the Saturday program and the park. So we said, wow, this is great. The following year, we came up with the idea, mid the Diaspora Summit. We extended invitation to all the politicians. And this was in 2003. The biggest ever. And of course, the rest was history. Out of that mid the Diaspora Summit, that's what led to the formation of NAD. And that very memorandum of understanding, we're looking at 2016. That's how it started. Bulakenna. It was big, and the July 4th was getting bigger. People were coming from Europe. So the motivation was more of, let's bring people with star power to the program, and that will help the July 4th. Again, we decided that when Sadauda wrote his book, to launch the book, we talked to the PA, sent an invitation. I was working with Keba Jallo, helped Nepal for the PA to come and launch the book during the July 4th. There were people from Jammeh, the APRC, that went behind, when they knew that Jawara was coming, they went to his son, Ibrahim Jawara. They said, you better go talk to your dad. These people are going to use them. These are the APRC people. They didn't want the PA to come. So they went and said, then Ibrahim went to the dad and said, you better not go to these people. It's the panderimbais of this world. They're going to use you, Kate Lola. You know what I mean? One thing I can tell you, Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara, that is why I respect that man. He's intelligent, and he knew that his son was being used. He sent me an email. Email it. It probably was an email. I mean, Sir Dawda was way up there, really. And he said, these people came to me, and they're basically telling me all this stuff. I responded, I said, look, we are against Jammeh. We will fight Jammeh and opposition big time. But one thing that I can tell you, we will never use you. I've been in politics for a long time. See you in Atlanta. That was the biggest event ever as far as the July 4th was concerned. That launching, everybody came from nowhere. Why am I saying all this? To give people a perspective. They bring in Talib Bensouda to Atlanta. In as much as to some people, they read a lot of things into it. The reason was much more than that. It was about the July 4th, after these 2-3 COVIDs. We want to bring it back with a big bang. And we think bringing a young man like that to build a bridge, for him to talk to the to the diaspora, it's not a bad idea. We all get excited about it. They started going to the man, people making a lot of lies. And that is so unfortunate. A lot of lies that is not true. And I spoke to the mayor. I'm like, look, our intention was genuine, but I think it would be a bad idea for you to come. He insisted that he still wanted to come. I'm like, it's a bad idea, because what is happening is, our intention was something positive, something that the diaspora, everybody can get excited about. When people see it as for the people, by the people, we do not want to be part of that. And we all also, and what is unfortunate, there was some other group that supposedly they're organizing a coalition talk, which we have absolutely nothing to do with it. I mean, here's a free country. You can organize whatever you want to organize. But when they started, Purjel Bobulin, and said it has something to do with that, I'm like, you see, we need to be careful here. People can organize whatever they want to organize, but what we are doing as for the people, by the people, bringing, Khalid to Atlanta has absolutely nothing to do with coalition talks. Why all of it in there, Ceesay waxu dëgga waaye yàq na xel. And for us, this program, if there is one thing, Sarian, we've been here for the past 15, 20 years. There was a reason why Bankamane started this program, is to fight tyranny and bring about democracy. Our aspiration, whatever we do, is to be an independent platform, fair-minded, even though inherently we all have our biases, but we want every idea to be heard. We want to find common ground. That's what we believe in. And this was going to be an extension of that. Today, this year, it would be Talib. Next year, it could be Khalifa. It could be Dr. Ceesay. Again, the motivation is for us to be, because Nyun Gambian, we live afar, but we want to be part of it. If we're doing it virtually, we also need to do it jarang. There's nothing wrong with that. But you see, all of us can be political, and I don't have a problem with that. But when you lie, deceit, misinformation, disinformation, that is unhealthy. You don't have to do all that. Bulfen, don't go out there just purgayaha. You have a problem with Talib Bensouda? You want to undermine whatever his potential is? That's fine. And I also have a problem that people that we are lying to, they were part of this group, they organized this thing, giving the idea, the two are linked. That was a lie. That was misinformation. I have issues with that because people were calling me. I'm like, but all of us, we thought about it and we said, we're going to cancel it. Not we're caving in, no, but we're very constructive and positive. And we wanted this program to attract a lot of people into Atlanta. For me, I'm still in the board with Ajera, the organizers of this program, and I'm always looking for ways that we can take this program to the next level. Always. And this was one of them. I mean, and it's unfortunate. So to our viewers, I say, we apologize. We're not caving in. When I don't cave in, when I believe in something, I believe in something. We don't want to destroy. We don't want to get into the United Democratic Party's politics. That's not what we are interested in. Lolu dusun jubluwai. You see, and it's not like we're picking and choosing. No, that's not what we are trying to do. So I hope that you understand what the thinking was, and maybe we should have thought it through a little bit. But it is what it is. And next year, Sunehe Yala will work on it, and then we will bring Talib or anybody else for that matter. Or maybe at that time, all the parties would have chosen their candidates, and we would bring them live and direct. I will do whatever I take, and I'll try to convince you, my colleagues, and to do something big that would help, whether the July 4th or Washington, ALD. So I thought, again, guys, I just thought it was important for me to come here and explain, really, whatever people were saying outside, calling the mayor and calling people and making up stuff, it's not true. That is absolutely false.
Yeah, Musa, thank you very much. Thank you for.
If I didn't say this, I would just.
No. I think it's important for us to set the record straight. When this idea all came up, we all had a discussion about it, and there was absolutely no ill intent or whatsoever, and there was nothing, no agenda besides what you have stated here, that we want him to come and have a conversation with the diaspora. Mm-hmm. Now, this whole political bra gets into the way. But Musa, as Gambians, we have to be very, very mindful. We have to be very careful. We have a lot of challenges in that country, and these petty talks, things that we say or who our preference are, it undermines what we are working for. And in a greater aspect, it embolden and give who is the winner, the man who is out there right now, who is so incompetent to do anything right for that country. Mm-hmm. I follow the discussions, and I had deep reservations, as you said. Mm-hmm. These two planning a coalition that has absolutely nothing to do with what we had planned and what our ongoing conversation and meetings were. Irrespective, I saw someone, I think, and do say, "Oh, you should have sent an invitation to the party if you want that." Why should you do that? That's why. I mean, this is an independent platform. We had someone. If we're gonna go invite maybe Alaji Kurang or somebody, it's not, or even Ismaila Ceesay, if he was not appointed minister, we don't have to go through all that. So what is the protocol? I don't think there is any absolute protocol. If it says, I want to know it, where it's stated clearly that if we need to reach out to someone, a leader, we need to go through all these hoops to for what? I think we have to simplify these things and kind of, get it out of the way. But I think a lot of things are getting, and we need to be very mindful, very, very mindful. 2026, we learn our lessons. And if these whole small squabbles and things get into a big way, at the end of the day, we all gonna lose. We have to be very careful. I think this was not an issue at all. It's not. Mm-hmm. Anyone can invite it. It's not a big deal. It's not. So this whole thing, accusation, counter accusation, and Gambians are notorious of that stuff. They are very notorious. They can make up stuff that they don't have any facts or evidence to it, and I take exception to that one. And we need to move away from that kind of stuff. I mean, collectively, if we work together
Mhm.
for a common goal. And I think the common denominator here is the fact that we all can agree that our country is unsustainable on the current trajectory,
Mhm.
trajectory, whatever. So, but we need to move it up. But it will take resolve. It will take compromise. It will take open-mindedness, and it will take genuineness. Faramos, you talk about Ajera and all that stuff. You are passionate. Sometimes you and I argue here, we go back and forth on that. But at the end of the day, when I go in there, I take exception. I take it to my heart that you are very passionate. You care deeply about the plight of the country. And I seen a lot of discussion, even about UDP, who needs to be who needs to be, you know, flag bearer and all that. People talk about because they care,
Of
not
course.
because they want to bring mix up. The fact is, people talk about it because they care, because they've really felt they might not be so, but they honestly came to a conclusion that UDP is the only party that can salvage Gambia. Talking about it and saying, we need to have a broader conversation. I don't think it's a bad idea. And you know what? I read this when I was in Saudi too, whereby they say we shouldn't be talking about flag. I think that's a mistake. I don't
Mm.
think you should censor people not to be talking about the parties. What is a political party in the first place, right? A political party is dynamic. This is someone, a political party should be the blood bath of the citizens, how they voice their, and at a greater aspect, political parties shape policies. They should be an alternate to the current government. They should be talking about issues, but
Mhm.
also they should be the beacon and the torch of our democratic values, meaning freedom of expression. People can express and talk and share ideas. But if we wanted to kind of say, no, we can't talk about that, why? Obviously, there are issues. If we do a prognosis and talk about it, the reason why we reach out to where we are reaching at the point today and having this greater conversation, obviously, things are not working out. And that is the first thing you have to acknowledge as a person, regardless of which party you are. You have to come into terms and say things didn't work out. How could we adjust and talk about things that is essential? Not telling people, oh, you have nothing to object, your objectivity doesn't matter. No, because as I said, the voters, the people who are gonna put someone ultimately at the top. You see, this is the problem. You read Suntu's thing. This is the issue, and don't quote me on that. I'm not gonna. To be honest with you, I have no time to respond to your extreme views. I'm telling you right now, I do not have time for that kind of stuff. I mean, the voice that you have in the plight of UDB, that's the same voice I have. So I am not paying no attention to that. If you feel like you have more thing to say, join us on any platform. I'll debate with you.
He
Maybe
will
we can.
not. He will not.
This whole thing, you uncle, blah blah. It's not. That's not the point. We are talking about a greater aspect. No matter what it is. I was in Saudi. I got phone calls and everything else, so I know exactly what's going on. It's exactly what's going on. Okay, so the fact that you want to brush aside, you want to kind of play this thing as known, and it is an issue. That's why people keep talking about it. And there's a discussion, and sometimes we have to be objective and speak the truth. The truth matters, right? We have to have these discussions. These discussions are essential because Musa, it's not gonna undermine anything, but it will strengthen the party and basically open doors for people who want to be part of the democratic process. And I think it's essential. We cannot put bandages on stuff. We can't. We need to have conversation, open dialogue. I think it's essential because if you want to be the government, in the future, we, as I said, and these we discussed this on this platform many times, we have to trend differently than the status quo. These are discussions that are essential, and we need to continue having it, right? So yes, I agree with that. I think it's a good idea, to kind of reset everything and continue, right? And talk about things that are important. It's rather unfortunate. I think it would have been a great session that
I
he
believe that
comes
too.
around and we
I
had a
believe that
good
too.
conversation and share ideas and everything else. But this is more than what we're just saying. And I think the fact that this whole coalition talk gets into the way and people went their way and say, oh, these two events are, it would be important to unravel. Because for me, I'm not part of any coalition talks. I'm not interested in none of that stuff. And this is not about that at all. At all. This was
And,
essentially for the people, by the people, wanted to have a good conversation, inviting someone who is a future leader. I mean, he did a great job. He's on his second term,
and it's an
a shining
upcoming.
star.
Yes.
We want him to come up and talk to people, and that's okay. That's okay. I don't see any issues with that stuff.
So I just wanted to quickly just respond to some of the comments that I'm seeing. One has to do with apps. I think Upson is talking about you guys don't capitulate, and then this is the mindset. It's not about that. It's a little bit much more complex than that. Because I mean, everything is supposed to be. I mean, it is really supposed to be something good, something big, something that a lot of people would come to. But instead, people are lying, misinformation is becoming destructive. It's not only about us. It's about the person that you are also reaching out to. And look, and this is politics. Let's not be naive. All right? So for us, the objective was not that. And to go to Sari and what he's saying, Suntu, I am not saying it has anything to do with the UDP. You are absolutely right about that. And you said you don't care who we spend our money. I think you're right about that. But you know what the problem is? When you have the Suntu Dafes of this world that see it in that manner, and they go back and they lie with misinformation and deception, Suntu, that's what we are talking about. Not UDP as a party. That's not what we are talking about. Now, coming back to, I think Boy Fati said something about Ajera, July 4th, you is an independent platform. Let me make this straight. That is why, even our program, the July 4th starts on a Friday. The event was going to be on a Thursday. In other words, we are organizing a program that coincides with the July 4th. Ajera is not organizing it. Ajera wouldn't get involved in doing that. Okay? I mean, and the one that Ajera did, and let me make clarification. During the time of Jawara was out of politics. Everybody, I mean, the father of the nation is launching his book. Now, all of us, we were political. We wanted to exploit it too, to how to call it, to help to strengthen the opposition against Jammeh. That's just what it is. That's just what it was. And then the other one about Wa was when Wa formed his party as Ndam. He was in Washington. We exploited it. And even then, us, the political junkies, exploited it and bring Wa. It wasn't the organizers itself. So what For the People, by the People was basically doing with this has nothing to do with Ajera, all right? But it would obviously, they have a lot to gain out of it by bringing this other target group, politics like Molen Tahajo. So now, as for Sol Baji said something, man, I am biased. I don't know about what bias is. Man, I saw my hand. I told you, going all the way back to the mayor's race, all the way back when he first ran, when he was nobody. I supported, when we invited all of them, they came on this program. After everything was said and done, man, I like Talib Bensouda. I liked him. I like the guy has capacity. I like the way he articulates issues. And he said, I just like the guy. What is wrong with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Now, secondly, people say, well, this is about a UDP thing. You guys need to shut up. You don't tell us who a flag bearer is. I am a Gambian and I have a say. Any party for that matter. how I feel, what I feel about it, the candidate that I think is the best. You don't have to agree with me, but to tell me shut up, Musa Jeng, don't put your mouth in that. I think it's wrong. And you know who else supports me? Alaji Usainu Dabo. He said that. I heard it. Don't stupid. He said every Gambian has a right to Google said game into United Democratic Party. And anyone who is telling them not to do that, you don't really know what you're talking about. And I think that is idiotic. And politically, it doesn't make sense. You need my vote in order to be able to win. Get your emotions, your arrogance, and your temperament like the Suntu Dafes of this world. Oh, you're not going to get it. We don't care for your vote. You're not going to win. You need my vote, my friend. I'm a Gambian. If the elections are going to be held, United Democratic Party is going to be one of the choices. So I have every right to have an opinion about the party. Now, ultimately, I am not going to be the one deciding who is going to be the flag bearer of the party. I saw Yunus Haidara. And you know what? In as much as I like everything that Yunus said, I disagree with some of the things that he said.
Yeah.
When he said that they would handpick, the parties would handpick Taliban Suda and then Young's Dabo as his running mate, I think that's crazy. Yeah. You don't do that. I believe in a process. The United Democratic Party, they have rules that govern that party. And those rules should never be compromised. No one should be handpicked ceremoniously and said, you come and lead our party. I am absolutely against that. They have to have their process and let the process play out. When everything is said and done, now during that, obviously, before we get to that, people are going to have opinion and debates, both within the party and outside of the party. Now, if it influences the people that are going to make the selection, then well and good. Mota people like me, we would put our argument that this is the person that we think should be the flag bearer because of A, B, C, D, E, F. Because you don't know who we are going to convince when it comes to the selection committee sitting down and you kill and you nominate to come and be the leader of the party. So this whole nonsense, oh, if you don't like it, oh my God, if you don't like it, go form your own party. What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, how are you going to tell a leader who is in the party that, oh, this person is okay, if you don't like it, go form your own party? No, allow the process. Yunus was wrong. Yunus have the right to say that this is the person. I saw Dana Maketa saying the same thing. I saw Boubacar Siddique saying the same thing. There are other people saying that Ousseynou is the best. Fine, that is democracy. That is good. And you know what is good about it? That tells you that United Democratic Party is a vibrant party. There is a reason where there is talk, there is democracy, there is infighting. Show me any party that do not have that. I will show you a party that's not what the paper is written on. I swear to God. Because that party, there is no internal infighting. That tells you that there is nothing happening in that party. Show me a party that has that. The question is, how do you manage it? Or do you emotionally say, if I don't have it my way, I will burn the house? That's when it becomes negative. But if you allow, and it can get contentious, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't be afraid. But at the end of the day, it's the selection committee that will have their final say. And when everything is said and done, that's what matters. But to come here and lie and say who can be part of us, who can speak to, dude, you need people outside of the party in order to be able to win. Your leader, Alaji Ousseynou, said that. He has experience, he's smart. Why you need to open, all you go with is emotions. That's all you do. Temperamental. Go crazy. Suspicious of everybody's motivation. We all play the game. Come on now. It's just unfortunate.
And you know, Musa, I wanted to add a few things that this in response to what Suntu is saying. I think he said, Sariang, let me read this. He says, nobody put any bandage on it. There was no such press release. Who even talked about any press release from UDP?
Nobody.
I did not talk about that. I think, you know, here's the thing. This is a man who is so emotionally attached about any snippet that comes from anybody's mouth. And you know what? He doesn't own UDP. I will tell you this. I will continue to speak with objectivity, with independent mind. If you think that is go hit your head on the big boss in London, Suntu. I'm going to tell you this right now. I didn't even talk about no press release. This is what you do. You misconstrue, you misinformate, you misinform people who listen to you. So, and that's not true. I did not say anything about press release. And you are trying to mismatch these things. The segue comes with Talib canceling Talib's meeting during July 4th here. And the people who reach out to him saying that call, these two are totally independent of each other. And you coming out there, this is not who said something about press release from UDP.
Nobody
I did
did.
not say that. I don't think I said anything about that.
No.
But here's the thing: every single thing you want to misconstrue, you are emotionally charged, and sometimes you need to use your head than your heart. You can't be angry about every single thing. As I said, the rights that you have to speak on behalf of UDP, I have the same right to speak. And I look forward any day if you want to debate about what is good and bad, we can have that on a different platform. But you need to knock off these things, coming like charging everyone, counter charging. It doesn't worth it. At the end of the day, I honestly believe you want UDP to be in the government. And if you do want that, you have to be receptive and be tolerant as well. This involves a lot of work, collaboration, team effort. No one is saying, and Musa, I wanted to emphasize that point as well. The write-up that came from Yunus side, no one is saying pick this person as a flag bearer. And I see someone saying these comments as well. No one. I, for one, I'm not endorsing anyone's candidacy. But I think the process needs to be there. That's what a democracy needs to be about. Yes. You say, okay, this is the guy, Musa Van something.
Mm.
Nobody. I think you guys are misconstruing. Anytime you talk about Talib or somebody felt that was saying endorse, he needs to be flag bearer. I think we need to be very careful as a country and a party in particular, how to navigate through these things. It's very sensitive at the same time, but the process needs to play out. Yes. We cannot shut down the process. I think, Musa, what I need this process to go on. I think people need to speak about the flag bearer issue. We cannot be quiet. It's 2026. We are in 2024. So if you think about it, 2 years, it's not enough time with all the challenges that country faces. The messaging, the strategy that needs to go in, sensitizing voters. We got a lot of issues in that country. It is. It's not only, and it's multifaceted. We got a rampant corruption. We got a government that is inefficient, cannot deliver on basic services that they are elected for. Every single time you hear things about, but we are all fixated about this little thing, minuscule, of this about who you like or who you don't like. And you come in here, you wanted to give us some grief about some issues that is not even related. Back off, Suntu, man. Back off.
He's always been a lightning rod, Suntu. And I mean, he thinks he knows my politics. I know his politics as well. And for Suma Maitoma Musa, Musa, after hearing you, I respectfully disagree. Common sense suggests that given the demographic shift and momentum for a younger candidate, particularly Talib, he should be considered as a flag. And he said, I don't oppose Talib's candidates. I'm always suspicious of people that say that. But we must adhere to the protocols and procedures of the UDP. Who? Do we? What has the protocols of UDP has anything to do with us, Tom? Now, I don't know what you mean by that. That we should adhere to the protocols of the UDP. We don't have anything to do with that as far as the protocols of the UDP is concerned. I know at the end of the day, the party will decide who is going to be their flag bearer, but I don't have any control over that. All I have as a citizen is to basically air my views. And as an analyst and a pundit, that if we're looking at 2026, if we want to bring about change, Manlila Fokne will bring about the change. I could be wrong as hell, but at least I have every reason. There was a reason why I was called Minister of Coalition, going all the way back to When people gave up, even my own colleagues on this platform, I'm like, look, if we are able to forge an alliance with all parties, nobody left behind, Jammeh can be defeated. Fuma Dege, any platform, pandering, I will call in and I will make the argument. I've been called naive. The elections are going to be stolen. We need to do protests. Forget about that. What I believed in was that this is the strategy that can work. This is how elections can be won. And the argument was made again and again and again. Now, coming back to the people that are calling for coalition 2026 here in Atlanta, they called me. I told them exactly what I think. Man, I don't mince my words. I told them that what we did back in 2006, it was a different climate. That playbook, I don't think it will work this time around. I'm not saying coalition will not work, but that same playbook will not work. And I don't think it's a waste of our time. I think we should think outside the box. But just because Jammeh was defeated in 2016, Lolu minute ne, you should go back to that. We have a tendency to be very, what I would call, go for the easy. Here, what we had was a dictator who was killing people. All right? The situation we have now is different. So treat it for what it is. You want to bring about change? You want to change the players, the decision makers, the barrows, the seeding guys? There is a way. But I am not the one who believes that what we did in 2006 and 2016 can be used again to bring about the change. I disagree. What I am open to is to sit down on an exploratory and say, okay, we fought for this. These were the things that we fought for. We want a democracy. We want a term limit. We wanted a new constitution. Look, we were not fighting Jammeh just for the hell of it, to remove Jammeh and replace him with Adama Barrow. That was not the reason. There was a reason why we were fighting for change. So the change, at least we do not have it completely. So how do we get that? I think and all ideas should be heard. There should be brainstorming and saying, okay, how are we going to be able to do that? Man, that is the thing that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in sitting down and basically relitigating what we did in 2016. That somehow it's going to work. It's not going to work. And I told them that. Why, in a democratic country, people can say whatever they want. They can organize wherever they want to organize. And I will respect that. But to take two and conflate them, I think is outright dishonesty. You know what I mean? And that's not fair also. And if I can respond to this, the reason why we were stepping back, because it was basically, there is one thing to have an opinion about the United Democratic Party. It's another thing to say one of their candidates is really coming to a coalition talks. When coalition talks happen, you know how it goes? How does it happen? Back in 2006, moi, under Ajera, I wrote those freaking letters. And I'm not saying it to be arrogant. We send the letters directly to the party. Secretary General of the United Democratic Party. Am I lying? Ask Karamba Toure. Secretary General of NRP. Am I lying? Ask that guy passed away. Secretary General of the PPP. We send it directly to the parties. And also, we send an invitation to the ambassador, Esa Bokasi, to be the keynote speaker, because Ajera did not want to be seen as taking sides. And he was going to be the keynote speaker. So, man, what I'm saying, I know it. If we wanted to organize and invite parties to a coalition, we know exactly how to go about it. And I don't think, using platforms, I don't think they will organize anything like that. What we are doing is, up-and-coming politicians, we will invite them virtually and we will invite them physically. Now, anyone who goes out there, you don't know what you're talking about, or if it's Ceesay, if it's Yaka, it's your motivation. That's on you. But we are not naive. I mean, we know what we are doing. We come here every Sunday, and we also did believe that if we have this interactive in Atlanta, it's going to bring a lot of people. Manam na lulu. Everybody knows that. But now that Ceesay, Yakakadi, they're out there, doing their number. I mean, some would say, yeah, we came in, we capitulated, they have their way. But this is bigger than that. It's also about the person, the candidate, the party. I respect the party, no matter what the Suntu Dafes think. I really do. I mean, and we are not going to do anything that will kind of yaha. That's not our intent. You can believe me all you want, but that is coming from my heart, and I really do believe that. We're still waiting for Dr. Ceesay. He said he was going to come. It's 2:00 now. About 30, 45 minutes. So that's that. But guys, I mean, that's just what it is. Tukulor just said that yes, Tukulor, really, we're just trying to shout it. We're not giving up, but the timing also is important. And
Musa.
Yes, sir.
So I agree wholeheartedly, and today I agree with my own brother Del Alex, despite he doesn't return my calls, but today he's very, very objective, and I totally agree with his take on this whole issue.
I haven't seen his comment
Oh
yet.
yeah, he's there commenting, but the thing is, Musa, I think this coalition, the people don't understand the fact that we're not intimidated, but I think if you are going to do something, you have to do it honestly, in a most transparent manner. The fact that this coalition talk get into the way and it coincide with the same time frame that Talib was going to come, I think we have to step back and look and what happened prior to that, right? So some of the people who are saying they're going to organize this whole coalition talk went on a platform. They had a microphone and everything and take a dig, personally attack Hussein Udabo.
Exactly.
And I have to say that stuff.
Exactly.
And what did they do? They create more animosity. Because if you are going to say calling for people to dialogue, you're calling for a coalition. Your rhetoric needs to be measured. And you need to take a negotiation position. You're not going to get everything you want. But if you go out there for about an hour, misconstrue facts. I mean, did he misconstrue facts and facts? Personally attack Hussein Udabo, a leader of UDP. And you really think you're going to have more people to the table and negotiate with you? I mean, there was a lot of things that was said on Coffee Time that was not true. Usainu did not say, if I take somebody, what he said was 3 years versus 5 years. That was not meant for Halifa. We all know that. And all of us take issues with that stuff, with Usainu. But if you personalize stuff, the vengeance, the angriness, the tone and tenor of your conversation, and you personally, directly, solely attack a party leader, and you double down on your Facebook page and said, treacherous people, this is not going to be a party leader. Who are you? Who are you? Who that he's calling for a coalition, but you are sidelining people. You are creating political animosity. You are further polarizing this whole issue. And you really think people are going to respond to you? I mean, Gambia is bigger. I mean, the reason we are talking about here, the reason we take issues with the people of Sundu, this is what we're talking. This is about teamwork. You cannot impose the way you see things happening. I'm taking a side and personally attacking someone for about an hour. And if anyone wants to hear, you go back to Coffee Time. It's right there. About a week or so ago, you stand there and attack and say, oh, we're going to have a coalition talk, but Hussein Udaba is not going to be part of this thing because he's a toxic person and just such a vengeance, We all grew, Musa. We are all like 50 years plus, man. We gotta get away from this angerness. And talking about UDP is a Mandinka party. That's not true, Joe Sambo. I will say it. And if he takes exception, let him come and debate with me.
Mhm.
Let him come and debate with. I don't reason, but you know what? Enough is enough. We cannot continue to feel that we are the moral adjudicators. We can say anything. You are entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And I take exception to this because he said a lot of things, Tribalism. What is tribalism? We were talking
Mhm.
about, talking about, UDP seats of Mandinka party. It's not. Yes, the person who is the leader of UDP today is a Mandinka. But so what, Joe? I
Mhm.
mean, but the fact that the same person had issues and issues. All his writings are anger, vengeance, going after people, personally attacking people. And I think it's very uncalled for. And that's one of the reasons, if people don't know, that was all other reasons why we had to cancel this meeting with Tyler, because
Absolutely.
we do not want to see as a toxic people who wanted to come in here and further divide and further polarize our political environment. I would say that is the main reason. I don't want to be
Exactly.
part of that stuff.
Exactly. Exactly.
We want to
Exactly.
bring people, we wanted to bring
Exactly.
people in the room with different political view to have a good conversation, to share ideas how we need to move Gambia forward. Not taking a swipe at a political party or to a political leader, being personal, attacking him, making up stuff that's not true. That's not the purpose of it. So that we got to move away from that. So this is a greater conversation, Mr. Sundu Dafe, if you don't know. And it's
Exactly.
not something about the press release or press conference. This is something, and for people who don't know, that is the truth. That is just the truth. We don't want to see ourselves as people who are going to further polarize our political environment. That's not the goal of this whole conversation. The conversation was to strike a middle ground, to bring people together, to salvage our country from this brinksmanship that is out there. People, it's mediocre, they can't deliver. We have issues upon issues every single day. Ferry being out at sea cannot go from people are, paranoid and people think they are going to die out of sea. And you got these issues that we're so fixated on these little issues, personal and all that. That's not real, man. Let's move away from that. And that's the main reason that for the people, by the people, take exception, and we don't want to be
Exactly.
further polarizing the political
I
environment.
am
That's it.
I'm glad you nailed it. You see, when within UDP there were people kind of saying we were biased or we're up to no good, we could deal with that noise. People even going out there doing a little bit of misinformation. We could deal with that noise. What we couldn't deal with was that very interview that you are talking about on Coffee Time. Because, and let me be very honest, that's when we get this. I receive a text because Talib listened to this interview and he was a little bit, you guys need to understand too, Talib doesn't know us. He has no idea, seriously. I mean, I met the guy, he doesn't really know me that well. All he knows is we're the one who reached out for an invitation. Now here he hears another guy who goes on Coffee Time, I mean, saying things that are so horrible. Now, anybody can go and have an interview. But for me, if you're telling me you want to have a coalition and you go and make an interview like that, I mean, then you definitely, who in his right mind would think that you can have a viable coalition in the Gambia that doesn't include the United Democratic Party? Who? You tell me. And then you think you're going to have results? I wasn't born yesterday. Trust me. I've been in politics for a long time. It doesn't make sense. If we had acted like that in 2006, there was no way we could have brought them to the diaspora. You don't do that. You can have your opinion all you want. So when Talib said, who is this guy? And am I coming to something like that? What I saw was a man who doesn't want to be used or lied to. And I did not want to be part of that. I, honest to God, do not want to be part of that. there is any resemblance that what we are doing has anything to do with that. We cannot be part of that. Our credibility as a platform matters. So I reassured him, look, don't worry about it. We are not part of this. I spoke to Ibrahim Adiba. We could never be part of this. That's not what this invitation is about. But to make it, I think the fact that they're having it and it's the same city, Talib was even suggesting we have in another city. I'm like, but that's not let's shelve it. We can have it another time. 2025 is 2026, whatever. Okay, but as far as the timing and what is going on right now, so just like you said, that is the final nail to the coffin. That is why we pulled the plug. Because we think what was said on that interview didn't need to be. Anybody can say whatever you want. You want to have a third rail? Whoa, ask me. Wasn't I the one who proposed a third rail back in 2021? Charian, you came to my defense and you remember that whole insurgency? You telling me something that I don't know? And I know in 2021, a third rail even had a better chance. I believe in it. I really did. To scramble it because we were just coming out of Jammeh, but anyway, that is for another day. But like you said, we cannot sit here and organize an event like that with everything that is swirling around it. Then we wouldn't be fair to the person that we are inviting. That's just how we see it. We came to the decision because of what this platform represents. Now you can be suspicious of me, and because I like Talib, I'm not going to shy away from that. I do. I'm a human being. Different people like different candidates within the United Democratic Party. I understand that. I really do.
I think Tukulor wants to come in, Musa.
Dell is saying, I just said that. I said, if there is any party worth its salt, that's the kind of environment you want to be in. People vying for offices make it very contentious. It's the democratic process. That's what happens in the ANC. So that shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. Now, the question is, does the party has what it takes to manage it and come out of it together? I have said this here again and again and again. When I first Tukulor coming.
Yeah, she wants to come in,
I like Talib, but I also know how Talib can win an election in the Gambia. I have said it here before. You remember when I first came and then I went over, get excited that Talib should even, this was a while back, be an independent candidate. The following week I walk it back. I said, mistake.
Musa, this young man, I don't know who he is, but his name is Abson or whatever his name
Abson,
is.
I see.
I think he's not following what we're saying. I mean, I really think
we have been intimidated.
We're being intimidated. I don't think he understands the greater conversation of what.
No.
It's not intimidation.
I think
he's what we were trying to.
First, Sarian, we get our doctor. He's here. We can't keep him waiting. Dr. Ismaila.
I gotta get my
good evening or good morning, Musa.
Nina la bro, naga averi nak.
Dima miss nanya suka kanya bida.
Hey, so amon gen kote. No. Why bal baneral. Bobo miss out.
Abara no problem.
Sorry, Dr. Ismaila inimbare benyadi.
Famo kira.
Yeah, famo kira lo,
Kul benar bakang.
Bakang domon. Congratulations.
Thank you, Abarka.
Yeah, mero du benyadi wo.
She's okay, have a fine ring.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Family benyadi.
They're all good.
Musa, Doctor is my brother, Doctor is my brother.
No, we
You
are
know, I
family.
used
Family
to,
then.
back in the days, I mean, Doc's mom, we used to hang out at their house, you
Oh,
know.
Yes, of
really?
course.
Yes, yes, watch TV, and her mom is my mom, you know, and her mom and my mom are good friends, and he and my younger brother are very good friends too. So, yeah,
Right, right, right. But
yeah,
Doctor,
yeah,
it's
yeah. He's a
definitely
good
good to
brother.
see you.
Yep.
And it was really nice seeing you at Bas, Super Kanjabi, and nice conversation, really.
Was
And
good.
it was definitely very good. And Doctor, congratulations, no doubt,
Thank
no
you.
doubt, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm really extremely happy for you. And people can have different opinions, and I do have mine. But one thing that I know for a fact that you are highly qualified to hold the position. I have no doubt about that.
Thank
And
you.
I also do believe that you're going to help the party and you're going to help the government because I think you have the capacity and you have what it takes. That I do believe, as
Thank
much
you.
as I disagree with certain things, but it is what it is.
That is reassuring coming from you.
It is definitely so we're gonna start the conversation. And I'm gonna start with in high school. I remember this. I think it's Macbeth, and there was Banquo with his soliloquy, and this was when Macbeth became the king of Scotland. And then Banquo was very hurt, and he goes, "Thou has it now, King Cawdor, damn is all, just as the weird sisters promise." And he said, but I know thou hast placed most folly for it. His whole thing was the weird sister said he was going to be the 10th of Glamis, Cawdor, and he's going to be the king of Scotland. And somehow it happened. He believed that it didn't happen out of a vacuum, something else. People believe you became information minister, and there were some inner workings on your part to make that happen. That is just not your qualification. There are some other stuff. What do you say to people like that who are skeptical that here Dr. Ceesay, he worked his way through it. He did what he had to do. And he is now the Minister of Information.
Well, I think people have the right to their opinion. Thank God now we live in a democracy, so people can express their opinions on issues as they see fit. One thing that I've always argued is that I cannot control what people think or say about me. What I have control over are my actions, and I take full responsibility for those actions. Mm-hmm. Now, the inner workings of a party, that's what I don't really get. If you can clarify that, like what are they really saying, that what happened? Because as far as I'm concerned, after the elections, the party had a conclave. We invited all our regional chairpersons across the country and our constituency chairpersons. We said, now elections are over. CA stayed neutral during the elections. What is the way forward for CA? We the CA, what do we do in light of current political circumstances? From that meeting, it was decided that we should form an alliance with a bigger party because we realized at the elections that we needed to align ourselves with a party. And then also, as part of our campaign pledge, that any party that won the elections, we will help that party govern if we are allowed to do that. Because we had a very good manifesto. We had very good solutions to most of the complex problems this country was facing. So the campaign pledge was, if any party that wins, be it, I don't want to call, but anybody that has won the election, CA will support that party. Because we don't believe in the politics of animosity. We believe that the country is for everyone to take part in building this country. The decision was made by the party that in that conclave that we are going to support the NPP to govern. Therefore, we get the process going. We publicly announced it. We had an alliance with NPP, and since then we are supporting the party, both politically, but also policy-wise. Then again, I was appointed information minister, but as far as I'm concerned, no inner workings or clandestine dealings were being done to get me to this post, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I understand everything that you're saying, but there was a rationale for the formation of Citizen Alliance. And I've read your manifesto. We've seen your actions, your guys, yourself, interviews before 2021, things what that were being said, that the system as it was under President Adama Barrow is not sustainable and we needed change. I mean, that was your stand, unquestionably.
Now, if I may interject, am I being interviewed as information minister?
No, we are going to.
As
our viewers. No, we are going to. We're gonna get into that. Well, I'm going. We will be fair to our. I'm gonna know.
Yeah, because I'm trying to avoid.
Questions. So I want to just do that and get that out of the way so that we can get into.
But coach. No, sorry. This is very simple, Musa. I think I'll have to respond to this, and then we'll have to move on. Because
Definitely.
It's gonna take us back, and it won't do anybody any favor.
Absolutely, I agree.
We campaigned, as you said, that we wanted change.
Yes.
Like any other political party, like any other politics in any country, even in the US where you are.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, after elections, parties can also decide to form an alliance with the ruling government. And change doesn't always have to come from outside. It can happen from within. The most important thing is the change. How you get it, sometimes it's not that important. Now, whether we are doing it from outside, or if we believe that there's an opportunity for us to implement some of our policies, if we work from within, that's okay. We are very pragmatic. So it doesn't mean that because we campaign on the back of change, elections are over.
Yeah.
President Barrow has won. He opened his doors to come and let's all put our hands together to work. As far as we cannot reject that offer. We have to come and support. It's all part of nation building. The end goal is to transform Gambia, to see Gambia move. Yeah. And for me, the end justifies the means. I mean, if we believe that, aligning ourselves with the ruling government, bringing our ideas and our experience and our expertise to get the country moving. I mean, for me, that is the most important thing, and not what has been said before and what's not been said before.
So now, yeah, and again, I respect that, Brother Sariang. Yes, you'll become a boy.
Thank you, Dr. Ceesay, for coming on the program today. First, I like an introduction. Who is Dr. Ceesay, and your career path, your background and stuff, and to share with the viewers. That would be very, very important.
Well, thank you. My name is Ismaila Ceesay. I was born in Brikama. I did my primary school in Brikama. After primary school, at some point, my education stopped there because I could not pass the common entrance. Then there was what they call common entrance. I know Musa should know what common entrance is. And Sariang, you should also know. The younger ones might not know what common entrance is, but we should know what common entrance is. The pass mark to get to St. Augustine's High School at time was 238, and I got 236. And my dream was to go to St. Augustine's High School, nowhere else. So when I could not get the pass mark to get to St. Augustine's High School, and no help to push my agenda to get in, even though I could not get the pass mark, forced me to drop out of school. So for 1 year, I wasn't going to school. I was hanging out in a carpentry workshop in Brikama, Sikonbi. For 1 year, I wasn't doing anything because I didn't want to go to Bombarda. Then there was a new high school in Brikama called Bombarda, now Botro. I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go to St. Peter's or Muslim High. I said, it's either St. Augustine's or I'll repeat. So I started repeating, but then it wasn't very, very ideal for me. So I dropped out of school. I was sitting and doing nothing. Then my mom was out of town. And when she came back from her travels and realized I wasn't going to school, she just packed my bags and put me on a Friday afternoon British Caledonian flight to Freetown to go and further my education. I went to Freetown and then I started school again. It was very difficult in Freetown because I was living with uncles, assortment of uncles. Boarding school, wasn't happy there. They shipped it to an uncle. Doing all the housework, cooking, cleaning, fetching water, washing cars, going to the market, like any salon bobo can do no more when you are in Freetown. Then finally, I was fortunate to be adopted by a very good family. They are still alive with Lamin Kanaji. We stayed at their house at the embassy. They were working at embassy staff. Then I did my O-levels, went back to Gambia. And then like any other young man at that time, you thought that there was no future or no hope in the country at that time. There were no jobs if you don't have the contacts. I was nervous. I wanted to travel. In 1995, I made my way to Sweden. I was living and working in Sweden, actually. I wasn't studying, and I didn't go to Sweden to study. I was living and working like just any other immigrant who was living in Sweden, doing all assortment of jobs, cleaning, doing kitchen porter, working in restaurants, security job. Up to a time, I realized that this is not sustainable. I want to do better with my life. And I decided to say, you know what, why don't I go and get educated? So I did some research and realized that actually university education is free in Sweden. I said, well, let me apply. So when I applied, I got rejected because they said my free Sierra Leonean O-level certificate was not, cannot get me in a university in Sweden. So I had to go and do a high school in Sweden for 3 years. Then I did that, went back and applied, and I got admitted. Then I studied political science because since I was young, my whole view was politics. I love politics. So I studied political science, got my first degree. I said it wasn't enough because my dream has always been to go back to Gambia. And because I did my bachelor's in Swedish, it had really affected my English at that time. So I wanted to go and polish my English. I said the best place to go is to go and do my master's in the UK, polish my English, then go back home to Gambia. Then I moved to Scotland to do my master's in African studies. After my master's, I said, well, education is worthless if it doesn't transform your society. It was when I decided to go back home to Gambia. Then Jammeh was in power. I didn't want to work for the government. And I thought the best place to go to was to go to university, where now I can help young people and also develop myself whilst helping these young people. I applied. I got appointed as a lecturer, lecturer one, at that assistant lecturer. Did 3 years there. Then I decided that, and I got more hunger. I had more hunger for knowledge. Then I went back to Scotland, did my PhD, finished in 2016. And then I said, well, now I'm ready to go back and continue what I started. So I came back to university and then continue what I was doing. So I've been at the university for now 14 years. But in the meantime, I'm also a visiting professor in China, in Japan, in Brussels as well. And also I normally go to Accra also to teach. And recently, in fact, before my appointment as Minister of Information, I got an offer as a visiting professor at the Seychelles National University as well, which I had already accepted before I got the ministerial job. At the same time, the morning of my appointment, that Friday morning, I also got appointed as the director of the Confucius Center at the university to develop that center. I also accepted that job even before my appointment as a minister. So that shows how I wasn't sitting and waiting for that ministerial job. I was doing my thing. I'm an academic. I'm a thoroughbred academic. I'm a professor. I'm a professional. I have my job. So that's me. I believe in Gambia, and I believe that it is only us that can develop the Gambia. And I believe that every generation must sacrifice for the next generation. The reason why we are facing most of these problems today, the challenges we are facing, is because the previous generation did not do the right planning. They did not plan and they did not look at the trends at that time, 25, 30 years ago, development planning to say, well, in 2025, we'll have 2.5 million people. This is what they'll need, this number of amount of electricity, of megawatts of electricity, water, education, agriculture, food. But we have to do that now for the next generation. And that is why we are facing all these challenges. That's what I believe in. That is why I left everything I was doing in the West to come back home to work for my country in any capacity. And that is why I've been at the university for 14 years. When I just started at the university, Sariang and Musa, you would be surprised that my salary was $10,000 a month. Now, even if I had stayed in the UK working at the McDonald's or Burger King, I'd earn much more than
you make more money.
Exactly. So, and in fact, I was struggling to the extent that by the 20th of the month, I'll park my car at Westfield and join a Gele to go to Brikama to teach because I could not even, my fuel wasn't enough for the month. We did all these sacrifices because we believed in the country. We believe that it's only us that can develop this country.
Okay.
And we also believe that we can do it in different places. You don't have to only come. There are people in the diaspora who also contribute. You guys are contributing a lot by sending money to people here in terms of the economy, but also educating people, programs like this. So basically, that's me in terms of my background and my academic.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. So you've been a professor at the university, obviously. You came into contact with a lot of young folks. You mentor them as a professor. You bring them on board, teach them, and you hear stories. You hear their challenges firsthand as a professor. Now, being the Minister of Information, had a tete-a-tete with the president now. knowing the challenges, being in your new position, how would you translate those feedbacks, knowing those challenges, hopefully, and that government will address those challenges in the future? So what kind of leadership would you bring per se, especially the youth employment, the educational sector? What kind of message would you bring, or what kind of leadership skills would you bring to close the gaps?
Well, I mean, one thing what I should say is that the president knows about this challenge. The president is equally is enthusiastic in finding solutions to this. He cares about these challenges. He wants to solve this challenge. That is why he's always bringing in people to help him achieve these things. But for me, my role here is not only to champion the cause of the young people, but also to be their voice in cabinet, to make sure that I champion their cause. I bring these issues. Like I said, my role as information minister is not only to disseminate information to the public, but to bring information to the public, to the government as well. And I'm going to do that effectively. I'm planning what I call consultative dialogues across the country periodically. I'll be going around talking to young people. I'll be organizing town halls with young people, with women, with market women, with farmers, for them to tell us exactly what are their challenges. How can they contribute to development? Because then government can understand these things and align their policy priorities to these things. Because government has to be responsive to the needs of the people, but you cannot be responsive if you don't know the needs of the people. And that's why we come in now as that link that ensures that there is information flowing from government to the people, but also from people to the government. And I think obviously the government is really aware of these issues. The government is doing everything and using every means, every tool at its disposal to ensure that we provide employment for the young people. You can see recently the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Technology under the leadership of Professor Gomez, we've built quite a few vocational institutes across the country, across different sectors. From fisheries, we've just sent some young Gambians across the globe to go and study fisheries. We want to open a vocational center for fisheries. For agriculture, if you go to Demban, we are opening new sites for agriculture. Carpentry, we've already just had a new university called USET, Science and Technology. So because we need the skills as well. I mean, you cannot provide jobs for young people if you don't have the skills. The skills are important. That is why we are building all these skills, vocational skills training institutes, to make sure young people are given the tools that they need to get jobs. So I think, yeah, and in terms of women as well, there are policies that are currently in place to make sure we support women folk. We support farmers. Recently, if you see, the government has done a lot in terms of agriculture. We've really brought down the price of fertilizers. We have pasture areas for farmers. We've got water projects going on in rural Gambia to make sure farmers have enough water, to make sure herders have enough water for their animals and so on and so forth. So it's a lot is going on, and I think with time these things will come out. What I observed since I came into government is that the government has done much more than what the public thinks the government has done. There was a disconnect between what the public thinks the government is doing or has done and what the government has really done. They've done a lot and they've achieved a lot, but the disconnect was that because this wasn't flowing to the public in terms of government policies, their priorities, their programs, those that are implemented, those that are on the pipeline. And we are trying to bridge that gap to ensure that the public is fully informed about what is happening. And this will change perception for people to understand the government is really doing everything at its disposal to make sure that young people get employment, to ensure women are supported and empowered, to make sure that electricity by 2025, 2026, there are universal electricity access, water, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Doc. Go ahead, Musa.
Doctor, thanks again for coming. To most people, Gambia is an extremely poor country. Just looking at Senegal with the new government that just, took over, they cut the ministries from 40 to 25 and then created another 5 called Engineer Ministry. Most people think we have too many ministries. If I were president, maybe one of the ministries that I will do away with is Minister of Information. Maybe because I'm ignorant, I don't really know what you guys do in that ministry with all the bureaucracy permanent secretary and deputy permanent secretary, principal secretary, just for Ministry of Information to do what? How is that really helping us? Is it really if we were to do away with it, what is going to happen? Well, I mean, is it going to be an earthquake, a catastrophe if we do away with Ministry of Information? Can you enlighten us? Why should we maintain this ministry?
Well, I think every government, every country has its own way of doing things. Some countries have it, some countries don't have it. Ghana has it, Sierra Leone has it, Nigeria has it, Kenya has it. Most countries in Africa have Ministry of Information. But I think, let me just tell you what we do at the Ministry of Information. We are the organ responsible to disseminate public information to information to the public in terms of government social interventions, government programs, government activities. Now, but also our goal is to empower citizens, because information is power, as you would know. And one of the ways you empower citizens is to give them information. So we empower citizens through information dissemination, and which ensures transparency and accountability in the public as well. Now, I don't know whether you are. Recently, we passed a new bill. It becomes an act called the Access to Information Act, ATI, and this one ensures that now every citizen, including you, Mos and Sadang, or any citizen, can now request for any government information and must be given access to it. And I'm happy to reveal that we are setting up, the commission is already confirmed, and the commissioners will be named very soon. They'll be confirmed by National Assembly. There'll be a commission to ensure the implementation of this Access to Information Act, which is very important, because if people get access to information, it helps them make informed decisions. It promotes our democracy. It ensures accountability, but also transparency. So obviously, this is good. So the ministry does that. But not only that, the ministry also is responsible for the information value chain. And so journalists are safe. And so media laws are consistent with democratic norms and principles to ensure that we go and do representation in parliament. There are also agencies under our ministry, on our purview, like GRTS is on our purview. All the newspapers, all the TV stations, all the radios, we have to make sure that the policy framework is set for them to operate. We have to ensure that journalists have the capacity. We provide training for journalists. Recently, we sent some journalists to China to go for training. So basically, it's the information nerve center of the government. And I think, like I said, information is two-way, because the public needs to get information to the public. That's the input. There also is the output of government, which the public should know. So if there's no Minister of Information who does this job, what you can do, the alternative is to attach it to another ministry, and you call it Minister of. I mean, I see your point, because it was one ministry before. It was one ministry before. It was decoupled 2 years ago. Now we have communication and digital technology, digital economy, and we have information. Like I said, there is no standard version. Different countries do different things.
No, I mean, I do get that, and you highlighted Ghana and some of these countries, and maybe their economy can handle it. All I'm saying is, you said if you guys don't do, because I listened to you very carefully. You said GRTS, make it an independent entity. I mean, they do have their managing director. They do have people that can make decisions on the GRTS. They don't really need a whole bureaucracy to do that. You're talking about, let's say, Ministry of Education. They do have there's a PR, somebody there. They have a minister who can speak for the ministry and give that information to the people. You have Minister of Works and Communication. They have people there that can do that. So I'm just saying, the fact that Gambia, we have a small economy, I'm Bariwood. I mean, if we were to get rid of Ministry of Information tomorrow, if we get rid of it tomorrow, I don't think anybody will be like, oh my God, oh, I wish we had this ministry.
I mean, obviously, I have sympathy for your idea. I think these are broader political reforms that the government should consider. These are decisions made by the government. If it happens, it happens. But I will take note of your suggestion, obviously. Like I said, the government has to listen as well. And these are suggestions that we can pass on to the government to consider, because, like I said, it's not fixed in stone. It's not like it's not like it's cast in stone that there must be a Minister of Information. Absolutely. We'll pass it on, and the government will consider. And then, if we think that it is a wise decision as part of our broader civil service and political reforms, it's something they can consider. But for now, it exists, and because it exists, we must do the job as mandated by the Constitution.
So Doctor, back in 2016, sorry, and that one was a follow-up. Back in 2016, there was a reason why we all yearned for change. It wasn't like we just want to remove Jammeh and replace him with Barrow. There was something behind it. And I know when you formed Citizen Alliance, like I said, I read your manifesto. There was a lot about that. And now that you are in the inside, we still have this issue called bad laws, starting with the Constitution. When you talk to anybody, they'll be like, yeah, we're working on it, and one of these days. And so what role do you think, as a young minister who was in the outside, just like us, yearning to bring about these fundamental changes, this system change? Can you help me, like, what role do you think you are going to play to push that?
Well, for the Constitution, the president is very keen in pushing it, and it's part of his agenda for this mandate. And I think the work is being done. Very soon it might go to Parliament. I don't want to tell you the detail. I'm not sure of the details why it is right now. The Ministry of Justice can furnish us with that. But one thing I can ascertain you is that the president is keen in pushing for a new constitution. That he sees that as part of his legacy, and it will happen. There'll be a new constitution, definitely. That one I can assure you. The timeline is one I cannot tell you when the timeline when it's going to, but I know that work is already on the way. Recently, International Idea was here with Ibn Chambers, engaging all different political party leaders to discuss. And remember also, there is no new constitution because of what you remember. The president pushed it, the government brought it to Parliament, but it could not succeed because of some disagreements. I was part of those who went to Abuja, in fact, to discuss. I don't want to go into the details, but I was in Abuja. We had a very good meeting with all the political party leaders, and you cannot blame the government for the failure of the passing of the new constitution. I think that was something that everybody had to play. Everybody played a role there. But that's for another day. What I'm trying to tell you is that the government is keen in bringing the constitution back to Parliament. The Minister of Justice is working on it. And very soon, something will happen. It will go to Parliament. And hopefully, we'll pass and have a new constitution. This is one of the legacies of the president, and he takes this very seriously.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Doctor. You stated on my previous email question that government has done a lot, and sort of there is a disconnect of what's been shared with the public and what they've done so far. I want to ask this question: what are some of the priorities or the biggest, achievements of the government that you can share with the viewers that you felt was not known to the public, that in your capacity as the Minister of Information can share with the general public?
Well, I think it's different sectors. If you want to sit and name all the sectors one by one, we'll spend the whole day here. But I can just give you a synopsis of what's happening. If we start with the reforms, remember when the new government came into power, they embarked on a series of reforms. Some of them were economic reforms, political reforms, but also legal reforms as well. We all know today, to be honest, the political environment is much freer. We've had a series of election cycles that were free and fair. No questions about that. The international community hailed them as mostly all free and fair. No problems with that. People speak freely today in the Gambia. There's democracy. The media is free. There is no harassment of the media. Human rights are respected. But also, when it comes to economic reforms, they've recently done reforms of the state-owned enterprises. That is why today there is what they call the SOE Commission to oversee SOEs to ensure their efficiency. Also, they've had a new Central Bank Act to ensure that the central bank functions properly within a democracy. The security sector reform is going well. Now we have the army serving the democratic institutions, being more professional now. The security services are more professional. In terms of agriculture, a lot has been done in terms of farmers. And recently we've seen that the Farmers Union came to show their appreciation. Their grounds are being purchased by the government. They have fertilizer subsidies. They have water now. They have even water for their animals to feed on. Before, the animals used to go to Senegal to get water and come back. Now we've got provided water. We've provided pasture areas for farmers in different cluster communities as well. But also energy. Government is investing a lot in electricity sector to ensure that there's universal electricity. One of them, what we are doing, modernize the grid. Remember, the grid, energy grid has not been modernized since independence. It's old. Even if you produce enough, generate enough energy for the Gambia, once the grid is old and not fit for purpose, it's gonna waste. It's not, the transmission will and distribution will there'll be a deficiency there. There's a lot of money being invested in that. There's a lot of money being invested in water infrastructure. Remember also, since independence, there has not been any significant investment in water. Currently, as we speak, they are doing massive infrastructural investments in the water systems, to the extent that even if you see the manner in the pipes were laid before, the national water pipes, there was no planning. We are they're removing all those things and bringing new systems in place to make sure that universal access to water in the next coming years as well. So I think in agriculture, the government has done well. Farmers are happy. Fertilizer prices have gone down. Farmers are having support with subsidies. In terms of energy, they are doing fantastic, like I just mentioned. In terms of infrastructure, the government has built roads in places where since independence there have been roads. And I think if you come and go back to Salom, you'll see, you know what I'm talking about. In Kaur, in Hakalang, in North Bank, they build roads there. You go to here, in Brufut here, in Madiana, places where since independence, no single tarred road was built there. As we speak, the government has built 844 kilometers of roads. And with an extra 300 now, there's funding for extra 200 kilometers. So it's going to go to 1,100 kilometers. Since independent has done that. You go to Kiang West, that road has been there since independent. They never built it. The government is building it. You go to Kabada, from Quinella going inside Kabela. Since independence, it used to take hours to get there. They're building the road. So that alone is a lot. And I think, let me tell you also something. The government has done extremely well under the leadership of His Excellency the President, to the extent that even World Bank reports, IMF reports are indicating that what the Gambia has achieved under the president in 7 years, Rwanda has not achieved as a country in transition. Not Liberia, not Ghana, not South Africa, not Sierra Leone. And these are countries in transition, either from war to democracy or from autocracy to democracy. They've not achieved what Gambia has achieved in 7 years as a country in transition. Because remember, a country in transition has two serious challenges. You must first reform the entire country. And when I say reform, I don't only mean security sector reform or legal reforms. You need to embark on economic reforms. Because when there's a dictatorship, every aspect of social existence is distorted. So when a new government comes and you want to make sure there is democracy, there must be alignment from the political land, with the politics, with the economy, with the legal issues, with the security issues. So this alignment, so the government had to embark on these key serious reforms to ensure the country looks like democracy. At the same time, you have to also meet expectations from the public. People want water. People want electricity. As we speak today, in up country, there's 24 hours electricity. From Bara to up to Salom. From Basse to Soma, there are today, as we speak, there are villages that never had electricity as part of the rural electrification program. So the government has really done that in line with, at the same time, that reform the political, social, economic, legal, and the security architecture of this country under a transition, which was mired by, claims and counterclaims, and we all know what the transition had to endure. Obviously, it had to splinter at some point, and so on and so forth, and to maintain the balance. And Gambia is one of those countries that did not relapsing back into autocracy. Most countries, after some time, they relapse back. So I think we've absolutely done well. I think the glass is half full. But what is baffling is we only see the negative. To the extent I've seen people calling a Gambia a failed state. I mean, a failed state where there is 24 hours electricity in most parts of the country, where we are building roads in most parts of the country, 1,100 kilometers of roads in 7 years, where there is water today. Currently, as we speak, there was a project sponsored by Japan and the African Development Bank with rural water system. They build massive boreholes in today. Most parts of rural Gambia are benefiting from those boreholes. Schools are open. There is security as well. We're hosting the OIC, the second largest gathering of world leaders in a few couple of weeks. Is that a failed state? So I think we need to be fair as well. Yes, there are challenges. I'm not saying everything is perfect. There are challenges like any other country in the world. The cost of living crisis has affected every country in the world. Even developing countries, you live in the US, you should know that prices have gone up everywhere in the world, in the UK, everywhere in the world. And also Gambia was really doing well, especially in terms of the economic reforms. GDP growth was increasing. We are fighting poverty. Then COVID came, which reversed most of the gains we've made in the reforms. COVID really affected us. But even with COVID, the Gambian economy seems to be resilient compared to other economies. I think we've done well with the COVID. We get a lot of social interventions. We even gave journalists subvention, 270,000 euros just to stay afloat. So I think with all these gains, with all these gains, there are challenges. I agree. No country is perfect. Every country has a challenge. And the challenge we are facing today, Mos and Sariang, is not only to solve the current problems and challenges of the generation today. We also have to think ahead. At the same time, the task this government is facing is to put in place the plans to make sure the next generation also finds something. Young people coming in 25 years, and they must find jobs. And remember, the way things are going, you can do development studies or political science or economics. After you graduate, the world has changed to artificial intelligence. All these are challenges. How do we reform the curriculum, education sector? Because it's critical. So I think the government has done well, by and large. There are challenges. We are still working on those challenges. It's a work in progress. But I think if we are to assess the government, to be honest, if we are just being honest, they've done fantastic job considering circumstances.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. The other question that I have is, recently there was a press release and your ministry's letterhead was attached. And regarding the ferry incident that happened a couple of days ago. Was that press release from your ministry, or I mean, was that an official? Because it says information officer, but I mean, I look at the syntax and the grammar. I just want to make sure you share with the viewers. Was that really what happened? That's what was stated, because it says about.
Well, we've released a lot of press release recently. Which one of them, to be more specific?
Okay, well, I'll tell you right now, because your ministry got a lot of flag about it. So I just want to make sure you there was this was a press release for April 12th, 2024. And he says the Ministry of Information hereby updates the general public about an incident involving the Canal Life ferry, which experienced engine failure near the turning buoy en route to Barra Ladder. But due to adverse weather condition, the ferry.
Okay, I get that one.
Okay.
I think what I would respond to that is that trust is cardinal principle in any governance system. Trust should be nurtured between the government and the people. Trust should be nurtured between government institutions. As a ministry, we are not everywhere. Therefore, we rely on partner institutions to feed us with the right information that is accurate, that we can send back to the public. And where that is missing, then there's a problem. When this particular incident happened, we wanted to ensure that we feed the public as to what is happening. To allay their fears, I requested for information from a particular institution. I don't want to go into the details, but I was fed with the wrong information. We were fed as a mail with the wrong information. Okay. And we regret what has happened. And we had now put in place internal measures to ensure this doesn't happen anymore. Because what we want to avoid is to put our integrity at stake, the integrity of the ministry at stake. Because if we start sending false information, then we are done. We cannot be trusted anymore. And if you don't trust it, if your information is accurate, then you are done. Then stop sending information. But this was something that we are going to learn from. We relied on the people who are supposed to give us information. They provided not the inaccurate information, which we trusted and sent to the public and realized that it was not accurate. It was not wholly, it wasn't wholly wrong, but not also wholly accurate. And when we realized that, we said, well, there must be internal measures to ensure that this doesn't occur anymore.
Thank you. Thank you. Musa, go ahead.
Bob Samba, I think my man, he couldn't wait. You know how he is.
Yeah, no,
the good
yeah,
doctor.
So, yes, Doctor, thank you very much for answering to our request to be here. Because as soon as I contacted you, you were just ready to go. Thank you very much for that. We didn't expect any less from you. we are now at a critical situation. You are now the minister. Congratulations publicly
Thank
for
you.
on your appointment. Now, doctor, few years ago, you were a member of a program called Gis.
Yes.
That program, according to you and your co-hosts, was taken off the air because of censorship. Radio Gambia, GRTS, Gambia Radio and Television Services, is supposed to be a public institution owned by everybody. I'm a frequent follower of the program, and I've noticed a trend that reminds me of the days of Yaya Jammeh. When NPP has a program, even when they're opening their political bureau, there is a full-fledged coverage of the program. You can go back and watch a whole program. When the UDP, DOI, or any other institution organizes a program, they may send a reporter to ask a question or two, and it will be part of the news circle. You are the new minister. You are one of those young people who profess to be progressive, who believe in democracy, opportunity for all. Very recently, you were in the opposition. Will your ministry make so or assure the Gambian people that there will be equal coverage? I'm not talking, you cannot equal government to parties, that's not, we're not talking about, but party to party coverage. That when the UDP organizes a program, or DOI, or any other political CA, or any other political party, that they'll be accorded the same respect and fairness as is accorded the NPP.
Well, that's a very important question. I think the government has always demonstrated their willingness to ensure that they accommodate even the opposition. I haven't seen any ill will on the part of the government to sideline the opposition. And I think even during the last election, all the political parties were given equal airtime. And the same vein, the president have called for a national dialogue with the political party leaders, and we have institutionalized this. As part of that framework, I think obviously it will be fair to say that we need GRTS, like it's a public broadcast, it's very public. I don't know what happened before, what transpired before I took over the ministry. What I'm trying to do now is to do a diagnostic review of GRTS to get a better understanding of the culture, of the institutional culture, of the work culture, of the structures, whatever, just to make sure that we reform and modernize it. And as part of the reform process, we'll ensure that GRTS serves the public without discriminating against any social category, being party affiliation or gender or religion or region. We make sure that GRTS serves the public, and that public includes everybody, no matter your political affiliation. So my priority right now is to first understand and do a diagnostic review of GRTS. Understand the working culture, the operational culture, the institutional culture, the pay scale, staff motivation, all these things. Once I get a proper understanding of it, I'll reform GRTS. I'll modernize it to make sure that it is a 21st century broadcaster that can compete with any broadcaster in the sub-region, in fact, in the world. Then we'll make sure that GRTS serves the public without discriminating against anybody, be it party affiliation or gender or region or religion.
Well, thank you very much. And we'll hold you to that. We know how to reach you. But, Doctor, President Barrow's presidency did not come out of a vacuum. He is not an ordinary man who decided, I'm going to form a political party, contest for elections, and win. His presidency was born out of a struggle, a very long, sad, and protracted struggle. Along the way, we lost a lot of people. I've seen the president meet with heads of victims, and I praised him publicly for that. I think that was a very right move. But there are two issues that can be seen as a catalyst to the struggle and the change.
Yes.
One was April 10th, 11, when innocent kids were gunned down in broad daylight on the orders of Yaya Jammeh. And the other was April 14th, and even if you want by extension, April 16th, when Solo Sending was arrested, kidnapped and tortured to death, which gave led to the executive of the UDP coming out and protesting. I have watched President Barrow for 7 years. I've never heard him utter a word about those incidents, especially the death of Solo Sending. what is the government's, how does the government see this as important enough to make mention of? Because I don't think you will be biased to even say, you know what, April was a very bloody month for the country. I'm going to say something. I know he's accorded solo a state funeral. I know that will be part of the answer. But the conspicuous absence of the president's statements in celebration or in commemoration of these 2 days, to me, is very troubling. Is this something that would change? If not, would you know what the motivation is for not saying anything?
As far as I know, the president is very concerned and cares a lot about the victims of this country. That I can tell you. If you have private conversations with him or in public, he cares about the victims of the past era. That is why I put in place mechanisms to ensure that they get reparation. And also recently, as you said, he met the victims as well. Now, when it comes to speeches, what people say or they don't say, I cannot go into those details because I don't write those speeches. But one thing I can know and I can affirm and I can vouch for is that he cares about the victims of this country, including Solo Sunday and every other victim. Like I said, all victims were victims. In fact, those who are not even, every Gambian was a victim. There are those who paid a higher price, those who died, those who were maimed, those who were tortured, those who were forced to live in exile. But everybody is a victim, even those who are not, who they were not subjected to these brutalities. They were also victims. I think the president cares about every victim, and he cares and is concerned and is doing everything to make sure that they are well compensated. Now, we will take note of this obvious observe. We'll observe this and we'll note it and we'll make sure that we escalate this. If maybe perhaps is something, sometimes these things they are not intentional, perhaps, but what the public observes and what your intention is can be different. But we'll take this and we'll escalate it and we'll pay better attention to these issues as well. But I can assure you that victims are a priority and the government is doing everything to ensure. And recently, as you see, they've passed the reparations, the Victim Reparations at the RC Reparations Act to make sure victims get the reparations that they deserve as well for undergoing such torturous experiences during the former regime.
Yeah, Doctor, you are a leader of a political party. And when CA came about, people were really excited. I mean, here you have a young man who really knows what he's talking about, likable. So there was a lot of hope. And I'm not trying to go back. We just saw what happened in Senegal. A young guy, I think he's your age or maybe a little bit older than him. And somebody like me, I was kind of, I have this envy. I'm like, wow, I wish something like this could happen to our country. A young guy taking over to change this system. And Citizen Alliance, and I've said this on this program, the potential was there. A young guy, well organized, thinking differently with your partners. Now you're Minister of Information. And I kept thinking myself, what is going to happen to CA? And listening to you, parroting all these good things that the government has done, which is the NPP government, is Dr. Ceesay, come 2026, is going to go out there and run as a presidential candidate on the CA? Is CA going to put up a candidate? It reminds me of what happened to Senegal with Idrissa Seck. He came second, 20%, joined the Macky government, ended up with 0.0006% running for president. So I'm thinking, okay, so what is going to really happen to Citizen Alliance, honestly? And don't you think, Nate, with Jumai and Sonko, what they've done, you could have done it where the Yakamti. I mean, could you just
not necessarily. I think people fail to understand that sometimes potentials are not matched by realities on the ground. And Senegal is not Gambia, and Gambia is not Senegal. It took positive close to 15 years to build what they've achieved today. And people have to understand that. And they were operating within a very different environment with a very different political constituency. Now, at some point, they had mayors everywhere. They had National Assembly members. And when they called for support funding, people supported. They came out and supported to the extent that the government was even envious and had to stop those channels. Now, Gambia is a different ballgame. I'm a politician. I'm a political scientist. I act based on assessments I do about the political landscape. And then I design the political trajectory, I think, which is good for the country, but also for my political career as well. For now, as we speak, I'm working for the Gambia government. I'm working for the president. I've been appointed by the president as information minister. And I'm serving the president. I'm serving the Gambian people. Politics for me now, we're not reached 2026 yet. CA is still operating. CA has its structures. Rafi Diab is the president of national president of CA. That is ongoing. But as we speak, as far as I'm concerned, as information minister, I want to deliver to the Gambian people. I want to deliver to the president. I want to ensure that the trust and the confidence he has in me is not disappointed. I'm focusing on that. Whether I'm president or not, as far as I'm working for the Gambia, for me, that is what is important. I'm contributing. You don't have to be president to contribute and change your country. So this is how things are. Currently, as we speak, CA is existing. It has its structures. Rafi is the national president. There's a national executive that meets regularly to plan the future of the party. But for me, I have an assignment. As part of our Grand Alliance, I've been given an assignment to serve the country under the leadership of its president. And I want to do that to the best of my ability without any distraction, either politics or social or whatsoever.
So, I think you kind of gloss over. Are you still going to go back, and is CA going to contest the 2026 elections? Is that part of the cards?
Well, I cannot say that now. The clouds are still out. That's up to CA to decide when the time reaches. I don't decide that. CA is a democratic party. Most of the decisions we make at CA are democratic decisions. When that time reaches, CA will decide that. For now, I'm not focusing on that. For now, I'm focusing on serving the country and also serving the president. That's what I'm focusing on. 2026 arrives, CA will have to make an assessment of the situation. If they want to contest the elections, that's up to CA to decide. But for now, I cannot speak on that.
Yeah, I guess that's that. I mean, Dr. Ceesay,
you got your two questions, Musa.
I did. I did.
He's told you, man. Why you keep going back to this CA stuff, man?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't see how you can interview Dr. Ceesay, because Dr. Ceesay is CA. So, and he knows that. There's no way you can.
Well, we got a lot of questions about the government. So here we go.
But I may ask first question though. Just one.
You asked two questions.
Which
if
one?
You want to go back, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, Doctor, you said a lot of things, the achievements on the past segment, and you talk about security a little bit. You talk about electrifying rural Gambia, and you talk about the victims. But it's sort of like a disconnect sometimes. Like today is April 14, and they had a commemoration for Solo Sunday. Maybe I did not watch all the videos. Maybe there was a government representative. But how come the government actually didn't showcase or present and match up and acknowledge at least the victims of April 14? And because maybe I'm missing, but you're the minister. Maybe you can share with the viewers.
Yes,
I haven't seen any government representative.
Well, I'm not sure about that event. I'm not aware of the event. I'm not sure the government was engaged or invited. One thing I know is that if the government was engaged and invited, we'll participate, we'll take part, we'll be there. I'm not sure who is. I cannot speak because I'm not watching the event. I don't know who is and who is not there. So I cannot speak on those issues. What I can tell you is that recently the government issued a press release. I don't know whether you read that press release.
No.
Statement on the April 10 and 11, 2000 student demonstrations. That was a press release on that recently by the Ministry of Justice.
Okay.
I don't know whether you read the press release.
No, I did not read the press.
That was a press release. In fact, it named all the victims of April 10, 11 on the press release. In fact, in recognition of the anniversary of 10/11 student demonstrations, the Ministry of Justice reaffirms its commitment to the implementation of the government white paper of the TRRC recommendations, which listed 17 critical recommendations on the 10 and 11 April 2007 demonstrations, which collectively aim to serve to ensure justice and accountability for the past crimes and guarantees of non-repetition. In this regard, the Ministry of Justice is committed to working with the victims of the April 10 and 11 2000 students, other government ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as non-governmental organizations, to the implementation of this recommendation. That was a press release to this effect, obviously. Maybe you missed it, but that was a press release recognizing April 10, 11 victims, but also commiserating with their families, but also coming up with firm proposals as to how we want to ensure there's justice for the victims in the implementation of the TRRC white paper. But as for the event which is taking place today, I'm not aware of it. I'm not sure whether government was invited. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen any invitation. I don't know who is there, who is not there, so I can't speak about the event.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, so we talk about a little bit, and I'm going to talk about the area that I have a little bit of expertise, not too much, but you talk about security, and you kind of juxtapose with the current event that the government is hosting, which is the OIC, and also electricity supplies and rural Gambia and sort of. But Doctor, every time we hear these crime rates, and I think our police officers are doing a fantastic job, under their circumstances, mega resources, but they are able to apprehend and have made arrest. I commend them for that. I was in Gambia recently, and I've seen them out there, on the road, try to ensure that when there was a spike in traffic accidents and stuff. But now, when you say, security, every day we're hearing these occurrences. There's sort of a gap. And I know you're not the Minister of Interior, and I don't want you to kind of think that I'm trying to tell you to answer that question. But is there not a disconnect with the occurrence of these crimes, the killings, people really feeling, because I was there, people are telling me they really feel unsafe, because of all these killings that are happening and all that. What is the government doing in responding, or at least put some type of measures to mitigate such occurrences?
Well, I think, Sariang, that's a very interesting question. Gambia is one of the safest countries in the world, I can tell you that, in the African continent. That has been proven. The statistics shows otherwise. Yes, recently there has been some killings taking place, but this is not a sustained, systematic state of affairs. We're not having people being killed every day in the streets and people feel unsafe. I don't see that in the Gambia. I live in the Gambia. I don't see people feeling unsafe. Yes, recently we heard about some homicides taking place, but no government can stop homicides, especially when the victims are known to the perpetrators. I mean, what can a government do about a homicide case that takes place inside a house with people knowing each other? I've not seen cases where randomly people are attacked in the streets and being killed on a sustained basis. That is not happening. Yes, there are challenges, and remember also, some of these crimes that you are hearing, it's not like the statistics is showing an increase in crime rates. What has been proven is that there has been more reporting in the crimes committed. That is one. Two, today, if you go around the Gambia, especially in urban Gambia, there's police presence everywhere. There's police visibility everywhere, on bicycles, in cars, even walking, even late at night, even where I live around, you see police everywhere. So government is doing that. The IGP is doing a fantastic job, the previous IGP and the current IGP, to put crime rates down. These are challenges in any society, especially developing societies. Remember, Gambia today, almost 60% of the population lives in urban Gambia. 60% of the people live in urban Gambia. And this leads to increased social pressures. And these things happen. There's no country in the world that is crime-free, zero. It doesn't happen. Not even Switzerland, not even in Norway. Crime takes place everywhere. What is important is that we are doing our best to prevent crime, but also we are doing our utmost to solve crime. Every crime that has been committed in this country has been solved. There's no single crime. The killing in Westfield, The perpetrator is going to court. The killing of the PIU shooters, they've arrested the people who are behind it. The killing at the hostel here, Independence Hostel, they've arrested. So the most important, these crimes are being solved. The police is always on top of the game and making sure they arrest the perpetrators. So they're not it's not like it's happening in impunity. These are challenges that any developing society, any society in transition faces with crime rates. But like I said, the statistics are not showing us that there's a huge increase in crime rates. Yes, it happens. Homicide, like I said, nobody can stop. Even in the US, nobody can stop homicide. No, not even with all the sophistication of the US police, they cannot stop homicide. And these things are happening, but the police is doing their utmost best, and they're having more police presence on the streets. There's more police visibility. We've increased the ratio between police and citizenship. I can't give you the exact figure, but the last time I checked, there was an increase in that to ensure we've opened new police stations as well in different parts of the country. And in most places you go, there are 2 or 3 police stations, and the police are always doing their able best to ensure. Recently, there was an issue of drugs coming into Gambia, the Kush. You've seen recent less reports on it because the police created what they call the Kush Task Force. They went to source where it comes from and make sure they suppress it there. That's why recently you are hearing less stories about the Kush coming into Gambia. So I think the police is doing a fantastic. They still need more support in terms of resources, and the government is looking into that. And remember, Gambia is not a well-endowed country, but we are taking the minimum we have and investing in this. And security is government's priority. But by and large, just to summarize, most, you would agree with me, you and Sadian, that compared to other countries, Gambia is one of the safest countries in the sub-region. This is not something I'm just saying anecdote. This is empirical evidence. This is, if you look at the reports by international bodies, and they do the comparison, Gambia is safe. Gambia is stable. It's one of the most stable countries in the sub-region. Crime rates are not that high to the extent that people should fear. People go out in the street everywhere, here, anywhere you go. There are lights everywhere. There is police everywhere. And where crime happens, the police always do their best to solve it.
Thank you, Doc. Musa, go ahead.
Doctor, I saw you at the meeting of the Banjul elders. You know, Yangi Gilsa Plus, being the new minister. Now, I'm not sure whether, being the Minister of Information, whether you were the one who was actually behind choreographing the meeting or not. I mean, you can let us know. Clearly, the Banjul elders, it's a tradition that went all the way back, the colonial era. You know, the elders of Banjul, this was their way of communicating to the, to the governor. I mean, at that time. And we also know that the policy of the times was all about Banjul more than anything else, really, and the surrounding area. I mean, my first question is, do we really need to tweak this? Because really, I mean, it has taken a totally different form. Even the name needs to be revisited. And also, there were things that were said. You know, Mandinka is not very Sanaya, you know. It's like, so I kind of listen very carefully. Sometimes it goes deep. And so could you also, what was the gist of the message coming from the president? I mean, I know we're a country of laws. Was it directed at most people like me who were thinking it was directed at Imam Fati? You know, what just transpired, talking about. So can you kind of just talk to our viewers? First of all,
I think the event is a very good event. Like it's tradition since colonial period, I think. And now they've even expanded it, not to only focus on Banjul Muslim elders, but also Muslims. You've seen that different Muslim elders were there from across the country. In fact, for the first time, I think, if I'm wrong, correct me, the Emir of the Ahmadiyya was also there and also was given the podium to speak. Now, one of the purpose of this gathering is a special event to promote what we already have, tolerance among the different religious sects in this country. But also, it's a day where Muslims celebrate. And I think it's in place for the president to meet with Muslim elders listen to their concerns. And even if you look at, if you follow the trend, the Muslim elders will have to speak about their concerns. The president will now respond to those things as to what he plans to do. So I think it's a good event. We should maintain it. For me, as far as I'm concerned, it's an event where the president now, the government can now sit face to face with the Muslim elders and discuss about pressing national issues and finding solutions to them, but also to maintain the bond and to strengthen the bond that exists between government and society through these Muslim elders. And like I said, it's been expanded to include other Muslim sects. And remember, there are different Muslim sects in this country, so that promote that tolerance there. In terms of the messaging, is the president has an agenda, and he used the platform to promote his agenda and his promotion of promoting peace, ensuring Gambia is a safe country, promoting unity to ensure that people feel safe in this country. So for me, it was a very good event. And I think the president's speech was really spot on. I mean, he said the right things. He said what his government wants to do. Some can agree, some can disagree. But hey, any president who speaks, there are those who agree, there are those who disagree. Even if you scan the post-speech analysis on social media, there are those who support this speech. There are those who also say, well, we don't agree with you on this speech. But that is democracy. And I think we should applaud that, because for the first time in the history of this country, since apart from Sada Jawara's era, people can now go and challenge the leader's statement openly, and we will still stay in this country. I mean, sometimes we seem to forget too quickly that the space is now more open. People now go and criticize, even to the extent of insulting the president. And you stay in your country and you sleep at night in Gambia.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we fought for it to stop. Quote yourself, what we fought for. We fought for that, and we achieved it. And the president all understands that, and he gives it to Gambians. People insult the president left, right, and center, and they are staying in this country. Nothing happens to them. So when people come out in the post speech to disagree or agree with the presidency, it is their own perspective. It's a democracy, but the president used the platform to talk about some of the things that he thinks are important for the public to know, and I think it was apt.
There was something else that, again, I mean, you didn't say anything about whether you were part of choreographing the meeting.
No. Actually, the president has a DPPR, Director of Press and Public Relations. Any ties with the press and PR with press is run by that particular department within the presidency. Now, for us, our mandate is broader. We are a ministry which is in charge of policy of the information sector, but also we ensure that there is sustained communication between the public and the government. Either we output input on a sustained basis. But there's a special unit within the presidency, which is the Director of Press and Public Relations Directorate, which takes care of the president's press issues, and we don't engage in that. Even though we work with them, obviously.
Yeah, and this is what led to my other question, the duplication.
We work
all
with
these
them.
Organs doing the same thing, because if you're responsible for information emanating from government, I mean, you should definitely be part of choreographing and what is but
government is big as well. Government is big with all because for the ministry, we deal with all the ministries, departments, and agencies across the board. We try to also come up with a uniform communication strategy where, in fact, I'm working on an effective communication strategy where now the branding will be good, so that any press release that comes out, whether from agriculture or environment or information, people will know that this is government signed and see this from government. No jokes about that. So we are trying to put those things in place to make sure that we brand the government in terms of communication. This is very important. But when it comes to the Director of Press and the Office of the President, that focus only on the presidency, and the presidency is not the entire government. So they focus only on the presidency. Their role is more limited to the presidency's press issues. And for us, it's broader. It's the entire state machinery.
Because there was something that came out of Honorable Ahmad Ba. I mean, my Salum brother can get excited. And he could say things off the cuff. And some of it, if you fact checked it, it's not necessarily true. Like some people, some journalist was paid $5 million just to write something bad about the government. And people were like, what journalist is he talking about? I mean, and so it's stuff like that.
Yeah, but you cannot also debunk it. If you don't have evidence to debunk it, it might be true. I mean, for me, when people, I know Hamad Bai is a very honorable man. He's a very straightforward person. What you see is what you get from Hamad Bai. He's a very nice guy, easy to work with. And he's a very honest guy, and he loves this country. And sometimes I think people are a bit unfair to him as well. He loves this country. He served this country as an opposition. Now he's serving in government, longest serving minister. So I think if he makes a statement, we should trust his statement. I see no reason why we should deny. I mean, we should say no. If it was said if you had said it, we'll believe in you, Musa.
Give me the facts. I mean,
if you had told us that, well, somebody tried to pay you 5 million to destroy the government on your show, we will believe you because we know that Musa has no reason to lie to us. So I see no reason why Hamad Bai should go on a platform and lie. I believe him. I think it's true. So I see no why people should even say it's not true. I think Hamad Bai is not that type of person who will come and say things that are not true. What
he's a very political guy. I can tell you that. He's a very political guy. But go ahead, so, Doctor. I'm sure we have just a few more questions left. Definitely, we're not going to take all your time. I'm not a young legitimatist and all that.
Yes.
So, so Sadia,
but
I'm
coming here once in a while because my plan is to, in fact, as part of my effective communication strategy, I'm going to put a slot there engaging with the diaspora. I'm not sure if it's going to be on Twitter Space or on Facebook Live. I want to hear what diaspora is saying about the government. What do they want the government to? What are their challenges and their concerns? I want to take this to government because I want government to be more responsive to the people, the diaspora. So I'll be having more engagement. So as part of my plan, diaspora is there. I'll engage the diaspora more frequently. I want to listen. I want to bring into government, hey, this is what the diaspora is saying. How can we solve this? We cannot solve every problem, but at least,
of course,
once we show we care, once we solve 1 or 2 problems out of 10, I think people should understand that we are doing a fantastic. And I think President Barrow is the one who wants this to happen. He wants us to engage more. He wants the government to engage more, and he wants to hear more. He wants to listen more. That is why we're going to put in place plans to make sure that we listen more, we hear more. We bring in feedback mechanism to government, and government will use that to design policy and make sure they're responsive to the public. These things take time. Like I said, government is not like a shop, a boutique you have at your corner or your house where you can wake up and make a decision that you want to buy a telephone, just go and buy it at the shop. There are processes. And sometimes, let me tell you something, if you're not in government, you don't know, but sometimes the laws that are existing, in fact, impede development of this country. And you wonder, laws are supposed to make things happen faster, but some of these laws impede you. President wants to do something for the good of the people, and they say, no, this law says you cannot do it. And you ask, so we are working on these laws as well. Remember that I said this. You see, some of these laws were created for a different society at a different epoch.
Correct.
And now there's a new society, and people are moving. Now laws has to not only be responsive to today's day, but also they need to anticipate the future. Things are changing fast. So if you have laws that are still, it's like having a Rolls-Royce car with a R4 Renault 4 engine in it.
Yeah, but Doctor, laws are not being changed mainly because there is always political consideration. The Constitution is no, seriously. The Constitution, we all knew that the 1997 Constitution is bad. It's bad for the country, and we wanted to change it. I don't want to relitigate it, but we know more than anybody else. It never got to this second reading because the NPP under President Barrow, they voted against it. I don't want
to debate, but also, if we have to be fair, some of the provisions in that Constitution are not also fair. I mean,
but I'm just saying. I mean, if you're saying laws are impeding decisions, we also need to look at the facts. Laws are impeding because we don't have a bold transformational leader who said, you know what? Wherever the chips fall, we're going to change these laws and make sure they change.
No, it's not that easy. It's not
when you hang your hat onto, well, if we change this law, how is it going to impact me? Problem.
Not necessarily. That was.
But I wanted to ask my question, though. I wanted to ask the doctor.
Yeah, but just to on a final note, Musa, the government wants to engage. The government is ready to engage. The government is engaging and has been engaging. And I think, like I said, I'll be coming here quite often. I'll be engaging the diaspora. I'll be engaging every government.
And I think this is the place to come. And another place you need to come, Doctor. Another place you need to come.
Where?
I said this platform is the place to come. And
I will come, of course. Whenever, if you want, I can do it once a month. I can come and give you updates.
Absolutely. And there is always an annual event that happens in Atlanta, the capital of the diaspora, the July 4th. That's another place that a young information minister can come interactively and talk to Gambians and know exactly
Are you
You know, I
extending
mean,
an invitation?
we will definitely work on that,
I
doctor.
will come. It will be my pleasure to come.
Absolutely,
Sounds,
doctor.
sounds
All
good.
right,
Sounds
Sarian.
good. All right, doctor. Doctor, I listened to you, and you gave a lot of high marks for the government. And sort of, I sit here and say, okay, is there a serious disconnect? What I'm hearing and what is really happening on the ground. And now, for the record, we have to do this. Now, can you highlight some of the challenges that the government is facing, and is there actually a room for improvement? Because I listen to you, everything is green. But when you hear the feedback from the voters who are saying we're disappointed, the trajectory is unsustainable. All these little challenges, we understand the high cost of commodities, inflation. I get that one. And I got a text right now when you're saying electricity and all that. Someone texts me and say, "Man, I don't know what doctor is talking about, but because these things are not issues that are resolved." Now, where is the disconnect? If you could highlight us or the viewers, areas do you think, obviously, because we hear about rampant corruption in the government. We hear about, using our mega resources and putting into effective uses. Recently the president was talking about lack of resources, but that resources needs to come in collecting taxes in order to implement development projects. Now, where is the disconnect? If you could enlighten us, that way we know.
Well, that's not disconnect, sorry. I think people have also, there should be some honesty in as much as you can criticize the government, but also give them the credit that they deserve. Currently, as we speak, this is a fact, this is statistics. We've supplied more electricity to homes than even ever before in history of this country. I'm not saying the whole country now has electricity. There are places still, the work is ongoing. There are some villages, remote villages, the poles are being fixed. They are part of the electrification process. Like I said also, the grid currently and the transformers that are existing are old. Since even before independence, these things were there. Even if we produce enough energy, distributing these ones are a challenge. Right now, as we speak, the grid we're having has 20-25% system loss. That is, if you send 100 megawatts to the grid, it losses along the way because they are old and outdated. And we are trying to modernize the grids. A lot of money has been invested in there, hundreds of millions of dollars to modernize the grid. So the project will take some time. In the meantime, I can tell you that if you go to rural Gambia, places like Bara, places like Kawut, places like Nyomi, places that had no electricity before, today they are enjoying electricity 24 hours. Places like Basse, some remote village, that is the fact. Nobody can take that away from this government. You go to Kiang, there's electricity. That's a fact. It's never happened before during the Jame or Jawara era. That is a fact. I'm not saying we've put in every household in this country. It's a process. These are long-term plans. It's energy. It's not like you come and fix a filo. No, it's time, but it's coming. Everybody in this country will get access to electricity as part of universal electrification project by 2025. And that is the plan of the government, and we are on track in line with modernizing the grid. So yes, there are challenges. Even it goes and it comes and goes, but we're working on it. But what is important, there's progress. If there was no progress, if there was retrogress, then we could be worried to say that when the government came, 500,000 households had electricity. Now it has 200,000. Then there's a problem. But there's an increase in terms of the households having access to electricity. So for me, that's a success. I don't see any disconnect there. And like I said, Gambia was going through 22 years of very difficult period. The new government came, there was a transition. And remember, a transition is not like taking over from a normal dispensation. It means you have to embark on serious reforms. And these are legal, political, social, economic, security reforms. In line simultaneously with meeting expectations, providing water, what the government is doing, providing electricity, what the government is doing. In large scale, providing road networks, which the government is doing in large scale, building vocational centers for young people to learn skills, which the government is doing. You name it, I can count here. Agriculture. Currently, the government is investing in Jahari Pacha rice fields to fulfill its aim of thrive self-sufficient in the next couple of years. So I think a lot has been done. And I'm not saying 100% has been met, but at least after 7 years in government, if you should really assess the government, you should give it a pass mark. Challenges still exist. We are working on it. And I think with time, we'll solve this. But it also means that every Gambian must also come on board and support. Ñu ne su fukki nit di gas fukka di suul, then duñ mën a dem fenn. And today, and I'm gonna tell you something, you come to the new highway where the government has built under the president's leadership, people have started destroying them, having accidents everywhere, destroying the pavements, making after this Julie, they littered and left it like that. So sometimes citizens also have to take responsibility. The government cannot do everything. We all have to be part of this. It's easy to sit and fold your hand and just criticize. Nothing is working. But what are you doing to make it work? Everybody has so TFE, more TFE, TFE. The country will work. Everybody, you do what you can do. But what some people like to do is just to sit and just criticize. And if you ask them, what are you doing to contribute? They have nothing to show for. What is important is Sariak and Musa. The government has done a fantastic job in delivering service to the people, but also in delivering a transition with the president midwife in 2016. That is a great success. A success lauded by every international organization, from the UN to IMF to World Bank, you name it. In fact, as we speak, countries are coming to the Gambia to use our model of transitional justice, taking it back. As we speak today, it was a success. That alone is a success. And what we fought for was to make sure that we remove the human rights violations in this country. There are no rights violations anymore in this country. That's a success. So there are successes. Yes, there are challenges like any other country. Even the US, there are challenges. The US, that is why sometimes there's a statement in Congress. In the UK, there are challenges. Everywhere you go, there are Australia, there are challenges. In New Zealand, there are challenges. And these are all endowed countries. But today, Gambia has done well. We're on a very straight, progressive trajectory insofar development is concerned. I think with the support of every citizen, we will make it and we'll deliver the Gambia that everybody wants.
So thank you, Doc, for that question. But Doctor, if we talk about success, and I think in your conversation, you mentioned a lot of empirical facts and stuff. But what are the key performance indicators? How do you measure those successes? For example, your line ministry, or say Minister of Justice, or say works and infrastructure, or digital economy. Now listening, I understand. I very trust me, I understand what you're saying. There's challenges, but there's also opportunities. But if you keep sharing these information, how do you measure? How do you measure these successes as per se, the average Gambians and the challenges they go, and you hear their stories and their plights every now and then. And government say, okay, we're performing this. How do you measure that? I mean, how do you balance these two? The plight of the folks who are saying, this is the challenge that we have. We understand this is a global phenomenon, but at some point, you know that, I know that it's 50 years of independence. We have a poor medical facility. Yes, they are building it, but still now, if you go to a hospital, there are ambulances that are missing. People are dying. So these are
who's dying?
No, I'm just telling you. Hold on a second.
Even in the US hospital, people are dying in the US hospitals.
Hold on. Hold on.
As we speak today, Sariang.
I'm gonna give you an opportunity to respond. Honestly, okay. I'm gonna. There is a brother here. He's in Olympia. His name is Ismaila Ceesay. Ismaila Ceesay's niece had an medical episode, and from Brikama going to RVTH. And I watch his Facebook Live very closely, and I listen to Ismaila. A very hardworking guy, good family man. He was very emotional due to issues that happening when the individual, what the niece has a medical episode, the response time, getting ambulances lined up, before they get down to Banjul, because of that response, the first aid response that they were supposed to give her to maintain a stable condition, eventually she passed away. Doesn't that those are issues that I'm bringing in. I'm not doing this because dying is a very sensitive issue, and my own, I had experiences whereby the response, people at the hospitals, the nurses, the doctors, lack of adequate response, or they tell you we don't have this equipment, so on. So this is not criticism. What I'm trying to ask is, what are we doing collectively
Okay.
to
Now,
respond to
I
those
think
type
it's
of
for every government that dies due to inefficiencies or weaknesses in the health sector is tragic. And I think every public official should really show empathy for that. But what I'm telling you is that we've done remarkable success, and they've done some very good work at the in the health sector. Currently, as we speak, the RVT is the most equipped hospital in the entire country, including even the private hospitals. They have the only hospital with a CT scan, MRI scan, ultrasound, X-rays, all the labs are functioning. Nine theater rooms, and also the only hospital also neonatal ICUs for kids that are premature. We have 25 incubators. But what is important is, remember, when it comes to education and health, these are long-term investments in terms of if you want success to happen. If you want, the failures of the education sector today and the health sector are not the making of the current government. They are the making of previous governments. Now, the current government can be judged in the future based on what they are doing now. And as we speak, for the first time, the government has what they call a postgraduate program at the RVTH to train our own medical doctors. As we speak, we are creating our own consultants, our own specialty to be transferred to every part of this country. So we've bought ambulances. Yes, people abuse these ambulances. Yes, there are workers who don't work to ethics, but government cannot be everywhere. The minister cannot be everywhere. The president cannot be everywhere. I've seen some ambulance recently taking passengers on the road, putting red light on, blue light on, siren, thinking that there is someone sick in the car, and then he stopped and took passengers on the road to report the ambulance driver to the authorities. So sometimes, like I said, everybody has to play a role. You see, the people who go and say the government is corrupt, they engage in corruption every day. These are challenges that we have to face. But again, like I said,
I guess, Doctor, my question is, what I'm looking is, I understand there are challenges government cannot be, but what is the response plan? A and B,
the
we are
response plan
aware.
for the health sector is very simple. Because a hospital is as good as its doctors, its human capacity, and its equipment. As we speak, like I said, there's a program, a postgraduate program for the first time in history of Gambia, training our own specialists and our own consultants to reduce reliance on the Cubans and the Nigerians. We are training Gambian-owned specialists and consultants. And the purpose of this is that to ensure that every referral hospital in the country has consultants and specialists so that they don't have to be transferred to RVTH. So the human resource is being built, which was not there before. Now, also, the government has invested hugely in equipment. CT scan is at the hospital working, functioning. The entire the only hospital that has it. MRI scan, only hospital in Gambia has MRI scan, not even the private hospitals. Ultrasounds are there. X-rays are working, the labs are working, all the facilities are working at RVTH. As a facelift, if you come to, you'll see a facelift of the RVTH. We've also moved the internal, in the emergency unit to Ndemban. Ndemban is also absorbing most of these trauma cases as well. So I think there's a lot of investment, a lot of progress in the health sector. Yes, there are challenges in terms of those who are working with the ambulances. There are ambulances everywhere. There are ambulances at RVTH. There are ambulances in the other referral hospitals. Now, sometimes the drivers abuse them. When they are caught, they deal with them. But like I said, by and large, the government has done absolutely fantastic in the health sector as well. There are challenges still, but we're working on them. And I hope that the minister is a very good minister, though. The Minister of Health. He's done a fantastic job, because when he realized that manpower was a problem. And you can buy all these beautiful equipments in hospital. If the doctors are not there to do the job, then there's a problem. He trained most Gambians who are doctors. Next time when I come, I'll bring you the statistics to the number of consultants we have, who are Gambian trained here recently. And they're doing fantastic job serving the public. So I think, yes, these things have response is weak sometimes, but government is working on making sure they close those gaps, and with time we'll deal with those issues. And it's good you bring it up. It's something I'll take it up as well with the minister to see what we can do to fast track these developments.
Okay, thank you. Musa, go ahead. You're on mute. Father Mose.
We lost Mose?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. We cannot hear you still.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Fana and technology. You know how that goes sometimes. It doesn't mix very well. So I was saying that I'm going to ask the final question so that doctor could go do his Mahri prayers. And so, doctor, again, we really thank you. My final question is just a follow-up for this health thing that Sarian was asking. And then I'm going to ask something a little bit about the ferries. When I was in the Gambia this December, and I had a situation. We woke up in the middle of the night, and my son this was like his first trip to the Gambia. I mean, the first time he was very young. The first time, and I've always talked him into, hey, you need to go to Gambia. I want to take him to Kaur and all of that. He got sick. He was vomiting. It became the scariest thing in my life. I'm like, if this kid dies, oh my God, that is going to change my life forever. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I was beginning to think, I hope I was in Atlanta because I know exactly what to do. It's a 911 phone call, 5 minutes. My kid will be taken to and taken care of. Here, I was like helpless. Why am I saying this? 2.5 million Gambians are going through that. They become helpless. They don't know what to do, where to go. I ended up at a clinic. I paid an arm and a leg that an average Gambian would never be able to do. Would never be able to afford it. And I mean thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I was willing to give my life to make sure that nothing happened to my kid. And I think that is the message that Sarian is going to say. We know people die in the US. But if you're in Kaur and your high blood pressure is high, you don't have nowhere to go. That is the problem. And unless and until we deal with it, then I know Dr. Samate is a good doctor. And I'm sure he's doing everything that he could. But to kind of think that we don't have problems, and I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. I think we have serious problem. And I'm just going to do the other one, and then you just answer it together. We
have to, let me just, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, we all saw the ferry service. And most people are thinking this is a huge disaster. It's out there and it's going to happen. And it could lead to thousands of people, hundreds of people dying in the middle of the ocean. There's this, people are talking about what happened in Senegal. There was this talk about what happened in the 50s. And something needs to be done. You don't wait till it happens. Then you will be all over the place with press releases and it will be too little too late. Government needs to confront this. There was $100 million supposedly we got from this bridge, $100 million. We had the finance minister here saying that something like that, the recycling of the assets will be invested in another asset that will generate revenue. I believe they need to infuse that into buying a brand new ferry and not to give it to these people, brand new ferries. I think that's what needs. If they really want to confront this issue and do away with it, I think they need to do something bold and different, Doctor. And
well, I'm pleased to inform you that 2 brand new ferries, a procurement process has started and will be delivered within 18 to 24 months. Remember, ferries are not goods you go to the shop and buy from the shelf, or like cars you go and buy. Our landing jetties, our landing sites are a bit unique. Therefore, if you want to bring it, it needs to conform with our landing jetties. Currently, as we speak, the process is on. For the IDB sponsored one, there is no objection from the donors. That one is going ahead. They'll sign a contract next week. Once they sign a contract, they'll start to build a Kunta Kinte type ferry, which even green solar powered, which will be done within 18 months. Also, the Gambia government also, through its own resources, is also buying a new ferry, also a green solar powered ferry, Kunta Kinte type. The contract will be signed also by next week. That also the procurement process is on. So the government is doing that for the medium to long term to make sure there are 2 new green ferries plying and serving Banjul Bara. Now the idea was, but also in the process, remember the Kunta Kinte ferry, the machines are not machines you go and buy as a whole machine and come and install. They buy the machine in parts. The machines were all ordered and procured. They arrived. The idea was that Kunta Kinte will be taken to dry dock and do some facelift, do some work on it, fix the engines. In the meantime, Kanilai will serve that route. But unfortunately, Kanilai also started developing problems. So the government had no choice, like to avert a catastrophe. The government had no choice, but also to recall Kanilai. Now, as we speak, in the short term, Kunta Kinte should be done by the next 2 or 3 weeks. Work is ongoing. I've got the videos today, which shows they are really fixing the machines. Then they'll calibrate it to make sure it works. They'll do the painting. They'll do the totally work on the sides. And then by 2 it will be done. It will be on service. And then Kanilai will now go to dry dock. Kanilai also, the brand new engines are here. They'll fix these engines. Also do some facelift so that it will serve the people. But for the new ferries, we cannot expect them until the next 18 to 24 months because it takes that much time to build. So government is doing something about it as well. Now, for the health sector,
go ahead.
I agree with you. Systems should be put in place to make sure there is emergency response. And I think the minister is aware of that. They are working on it. I'm not sure how far they've gone. I'll engage him. Whatever I get from him, I'll bring it. But I know that he's aware, and they want to make sure part of access to healthcare. No matter which village you live in, you have access. You must get emergency response. You must be able to know. There must be predictability. You must be able to know what to do when you find yourself in an emergency situation. I think they are working. I'm not sure how far they've gone. I know there was a plan on that, a strategic plan to make that happen. I'll engage him, and when I come here next time, I'll tell you how far. But like, I agree with you that it's very critical for people to know exactly what they should do in an emergency situation. This is something that the government is taking very seriously. And I'll escalate this to the Ministry of Health to make sure we look into this and make sure that we start to implement these ideas because it saves lives. And I agree with you, even 5 minutes of delayed emergency response can cost your life. So obviously, this is something that we look into.
So final statement, Doctor. We definitely appreciate you. To be honest, like Pastor Samba said, he reached out and bang, you said you're gonna come. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it last week, and here you are. And like you said, we're hoping, huh? No. But we're definitely looking forward to having. And I also understand you are going to be going to coffee time every Tuesday. That thing is going to be, you're going to be back, and I think that's a good thing. It's a positive thing. Yes. Because coffee time was a place that the government can answer questions from the population, text and things like that. And I think for any democracy, any government worth its salt would definitely, exploit that opportunity. So final statement, Doctor.
No, thank you very much. I think you are doing a fantastic job enlightening the people, holding public officials to account, ensuring transparency. This is good. And that is why I'm always eager to come to this show. As a public official, I'll always make sure that I come to this show as quite often as possible to make sure I bring in information from government, but also take information from you. My final message is Gambia is our Gambia. If Gambia is bad, it's bad for everyone. If Gambia is good, it's good for everyone. All of us who are in government, we are there to serve the country and to make sure the country moves. We don't have any other agenda. I think all of you also criticizing or critiquing and holding us to account, you have no other agenda but to make sure the country move. So we all have one destination, but we also need to hold each other account because being a public comes with responsibilities. And for me to be reminded of my responsibilities, you need to hold me to account. So we hold no grudges with the criticism. They are normal. We listen to them. Those we can respond to, we respond with clarification. Those we cannot respond to, we ignore because people have a right to also speak their mind. I know the president his vision is to transform the Gambia. He wants to leave a legacy that will be in the history books, and he's working towards that. Yes, there are challenges, but in any nation building, all presidents are facing challenges, but he's on right track. He has big ideas. He has a big vision. He has the right team. and I'm pretty much sure we can deliver. The public will have to just support us, criticize us where we go wrong, but also give us a pat in the back while we do things right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Doctor. We'll
Thank
definitely
you.
do it again.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Hopefully you're not gonna see my brother is too hard on me today, but look forward.
But coach disappeared. What is he doing?
Actually, he's at work. He just couldn't. I mean, he wasn't
all
even
right.
supposed to. He wasn't even
All right,
supposed to
okay.
come, but he said, "Oh, fumajar nyo."
All
So,
right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
all
you
right,
very
Doctor.
much.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you. Bye.
So, Sariang, let's just run. We have Tukulor on. Let's just run this ad again, you know, and then we will close with Tukulor and some of this analysis, and then take it from.
Gambiana. Welcome to Greenville Estate in the heart of Gunjur, just minutes away from the Gunjur Highway. The estate is located in a serene and nature-oriented environment, which makes it the first community in the Gambia certified by the National Environmental Agency. As part of our Going Green initiative, beautiful trees grace the landscape as you drive into the estate, and we are planting even more trees. Go green and own a piece of our Greenville dream. With 673 plots of land available, you can purchase a plot today and start construction immediately. Find your next home at the Greenville Estate, an affordable estate that suits any budget.
While you have certainly heard about coronavirus, commonly called COVID, you might not know these important facts and ways to protect your family from the illness it can bring. COVID can be very contagious through air, touch, or sharing food. It has been studied at length, and we can share with you what we know so far. Who are we? We are New World International, a non-profit organization located in Washington State, and our mission is to educate people about coronavirus. The coronavirus can cause serious illness and, yes, even death if not treated right away. The symptoms are similar to the common flu: fever, cough, sore throat, and shortness of breath. Many people experience these symptoms and wait too long to seek medical attention. That can be a life-threatening mistake. Certainly, keeping a safe distance from others that appear to have flu symptoms is advisable. It's always better to be safe than sorry. If you develop these symptoms, there won't be any way for you to know that it's just a common flu unless you have a test done. It's best to seek out a doctor, nurse, health worker, or health facility to get advice and treatment if needed. If you are a student, report the conditions to your teacher right away. By all means, stay home if you are sick. Always cover your mouth and nose if you sneeze, and wash up afterward. The contagion spreads with the moisture droplets. As you have heard, there is a vaccine available for coronavirus. Seriously consider receiving a vaccine before you become ill. And above all, consult with your doctor when you do not feel well. For more information, please visit us online at newworldinternational.org.
Yeah, Sariang, that was a good one.
Musa, but I wanted to add one of my own advertisement for our sister. What's her name? I'm telling you, man. Aminata Jang.
Huh?
I say our sister Aminata Jang. You know, Aminata Jang in Tennessee. She does this home catering thing in
Oh, really?
Tennessee. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I have to give her props because when we transact, I didn't have the opportunity to give my feedback, and that was during Ramadan, and I had traveled, right?
Mhm.
But on the record, I wanted to come in to make sure that everyone knows that she does a fantastic job, and she prepared this afra. I'm telling you, man, that afra is very tasty.
Money, joxuñu xaalis yakaluma ci afra bi.
Musa,
So did
she
you order it from Tennessee? You
no,
ordered it?
maybe this is the segue of forging the partnership. Hopefully, she will also reach out to for the people by the people. That way, people can know that she can. I mean, Musa, I'm telling you, she packaged
Yeah.
it. The package was fantastic. Meat pie.
Really?
Uh, oh, I'm telling you. I mean, she has this afra. I'm
Mhm.
telling you, it's marinated, seasoned, and it's cooked. She froze it, packaged it really nice, air freight to me. I received it. I'm telling you, during Ramadan, we ate it. We still got a bunch of them in the freezer. Even before I get on, I said today Musa is very energetic. I have to catch up with him. Then I put that afra in the oven again.
And
And I ate
and
them
let
with
it
my
simmer. Huh?
huh? Yeah, I have to.
And how about fresh? Is it going to be really fresh? Because you're talking
Oh,
about
Musa,
frozen
the
and then
way she packaged these things, she has
yeah.
this packaging stuff. Even it's freezer burn free. Even we use it at the store. We seal it and everything. She puts it. She seals them. So anytime you take them out and throw them in the oven, it comes like if you put it on the real grill. I'm telling you, it's really tasty.
All right.
Very
Okay.
very tasty.
All right. I mean, God knows that we need the sponsors. They really we need
Yes,
somebody to
and
come on board.
I reach out to. I mean,
Okay, can I tell you something, Musa?
Go
oh, there
ahead.
you go.
Lord.
The
You should.
marketing manager is on the line. Go ahead. Go ahead.
She's my cousin. This lady is actually Aminata Jan was very active in the struggle, Musa.
I mean,
She
the
Mom
Jan,
Fat Jan,
I know her. I know her. I know her. Is it the
yeah.
Yeah,
same
I mean,
one
they're
that
next
So
door to
Mom
you.
is the
Fat
same
Jan,
one that
Fat
the
Jan,
husband passed away?
Yes.
yes. In fact,
Yeah, I know
remember
her.
Fat
I
Jan
know
in
her.
Dakar? This is her sister,
Yes,
Nyoba Kandiabai.
I do know her.
And
I
then
do know her.
of course the Mabokanyam side, the Konko Abari gay. So they are my relatives. And Aminata, the other thing that people need to know is that most of her condiments,
Mhm.
she grows them herself. Aminata is an avid gardener. She is an
Wow.
organic gardener. So just imagine what you're having in your food that she's selling to you is
Right.
organic material. So that she's very particular about that because she herself is a survivor of cancer, and she
Mhm.
has been, really eating very healthy. And so
Mhm.
anything you buy from Aminata, be rest assured that it is healthy and good
Mhm.
for you. So please buy from her
Absolutely.
because, like I said,
Absolutely.
this is a woman who put a lot of her time, money, and energy into the struggle. And now she
Yes,
has a
yes.
business.
I
I
know
think
her
all of
very
us need
well.
to patronize her.
I know her well.
But
These are the people that
I
made a
just,
difference, no doubt. But
exactly.
Tukulori, it's good
But
to have you on. I know that you've
yes,
been writing
Musa.
stuff, so we wanted
Oh,
to
Musa.
give you an
You
opportunity
know, you
to
know what is
kind
sad
of.
about this, Musa?
Mhm.
So suma mboka yi ñoo nekk man suma mboka yi ñoo fees si lifini baro bi nii so da ngaa gis ne dañ ma dee topp loo feebar loom because
Mhm.
Ismaila is my baby brother. Ismaila papaam ak suma pa ñoo doon liggéey forest
Mhm.
ñu ooyee papaam Cissé forest di
Super
ooyee
Forest,
suma pa
yeah.
si forest, but when it comes to country you have to
Mhm.
put that aside. I think what really irks me from a lot of these Gambia government folks, they come to these platforms and
Mhm.
they're throwing just like Baro. Mota ñu ne sa doom, your children, learn what they live from you, the adult, sa doom yi.
Mhm.
Because Baro xamul dara, Baro su demee si fu mu waxee, fu mu laakee vernacular rek nga xam ne xay am na. He goes and throws shades on people. And that's exactly. Ismaila said something. Maybe people didn't hear it, but I heard it. The
Mhm.
people there are people that just criticize, yet they are not,
I
doing
heard
Yeah.
that.
anything
No, no,
Yeah.
towards changing the country. Don't say
Mhm.
that to the people.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't say that to the people. You know, the one voter, go Hamne, they never even believed in you. They followed the Jame, the green boys and girls. If
Yeah.
they voted for Adama Barrow, actually, they did something because that's why we're where we are.
Mhm.
Nyun, we could have been screaming and yelling for 30 something years, But if the Gambians on the ground didn't go and vote against Yaya Jammeh, Yaya would still be there killing our people.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
it is very disingenuous for the Gambia government folks. Sankara does this, but they also think that you munna nyom bamal. Coach and Uncle Sidi and them paid their own hard-earned dollars, went to court, and they won so that the diaspora can vote. None of them will tell you the truth about that. So don't tell me you're going to come. I don't want Dr. Ceesay to come here every month. I want the next time he comes here for him to say, guess what? I saw on your thread that many people in the diaspora wanted diaspora voting. That's what I'm going to focus on. Exactly. But don't come here and then peddle your nonsense. And excuse me for saying it that way, Musa. I am very sorry. But it really irks me. Guess man, what I did in the struggle is nothing. Nothing. Compared to what the Gambians on the ground, they were risking their lives. On a day like today, April 16, Soro Sandeng went out. Before he left, he emptied his pockets. I know this because I'm close to his family, as all of you know. He emptied his pockets. Mujoko Jabaramnoko, I may not come back because Yaya Jammeh said if I go back again, he will kill me. So Solo knew this and went out. So that is why when people push Solo, go talk to Solo's family and they'll tell you otherwise. Coach asked Dr. Ceesay why Barrow doesn't care about the victims. He dilly-dallied around that. Do you know how distraught Solo's children were? Fatmata Sandeng actually told the Minister of Justice, he can come. This is not about UDP, my party. This is not about, because Fatmata won't know mom UDP la. Why? This is not a UDP gathering. This is a state funeral. Munakawal President, Nyun family, we want to see him here. Not only did he not show up, he did not even send a communique saying why he couldn't show up. I am the PRO for the Solo Standing Foundation. I know this. So he cannot come here and say that he cares about the victims. If anything, the only time Adama Barrow went to the victim center is when the German chancellor or somebody from Germany came and wanted to meet the victims. So meeting with the victims, to me, that was a photo opportunity to say, after 7 years, he finally met with the victims. Give me a break. Give me a break. We need to make sure what Marty was writing is where I was coming from. It is Nyun Kentu Nyun Bamalanti. Adama Barrow came and made a ton of promises to Gambians, and he failed us miserably. And Adama himself said he would only appoint people that will dance to his tunes. He would only appoint people, they will fall in line with his ideology and his philosophy. So anybody who comes here and tell you that they will change his government, they are just peddling lies to you. Now, also said something about he dilly-dallied and danced around it and did some pachanga and merengue around the whole thing about the communique that went out. Why?
Yeah, my sister is hard there.
I know. For the last 48 hours, I've been really angry. So this very thing, all they needed to do, so he got misinformation. The Minister of Information got misinformation. The citizens said you're wrong. What you needed to do is write another communique and correct your mistake. But they left that communique out so that it would be us against them as usual. Because when we all kept on saying that now the communique was there to counter us. So if he really, really was sincere, if his ministry was very sincere about the quote-unquote mistake, then they needed to go and correct the mistake. But they refused to do that. They refused to do that. And let me tell you something, Musa. This ferry, everybody knows, like he just stated, we all knew the ferry had problems. Why didn't you just let the ferry sit and not risk people's lives? You have Senegalese, you had foreigners, you had Gambians on that ferry. Do you know what those foreigners' governments would have said? They would have gone and investigated and saw the inadequacies of our government in terms of why did they even put this ferry out in service when they know it was dangerous? But again, it was all about money for them. They didn't care about the lives of individuals. There are mothers, there were children on that thing. And they still have people there, the last I knew. As of today, I wish you guys ask him, has it been emptied? As of today, I heard they gave him only one meal. That is wrong. So this nonsense needs to stop. Adama Barrow's government is inept. And we need to make sure ne ñu génne ko. And the people that are saying ne waa soo leen ko génne keneen ñëw when bi ñoo génne yaaya laaju leen ñu ñëw dinañ ko génne keneen ñoo toog.
It's a stupid question.
So I will also, Musa, I will tell you this ne. I'm saying this from a deep, deep place in my soul to you, Musa, Akseria. I am deeply disappointed. Ne, something good that we were all looking forward to. Pressure from the likes of Joe Sambo. Gis nga man foog naa ne ku nekk ngeen di jël seriously ba mu des Joe Sambo. Déglu leen ma de, déglu leen ma. Man Joe Sambo, dégg naa li fi na mbi wute Peter Gomez. Why all na ma ne, when the time comes, people like yo, people like Keba Foun, people like Kospa Samadao, Syrian, and many leaders. Yen mi nga xam ne ekati naat. Yen, you can do this again, and I know if you are called to do it, you will do it again because I am deeply disappointed in you guys, knowing who you're dealing with. Purungen cancel such a beautiful, important event because of the fear of people like Josamu. Man lima len di ñaan te mang la ko ñaax yow Musa Jeng. Musa Jeng yow tay kilifa nga ci diaspora bi when it comes to the movement towards democracy be fu nekk ni tay. Nit ki nak soo nekkee mag léegi-léeg di nga toog nit ñi dinañ def lu la naxari waaye loolu bu mu tax fi nga taxaw nga génne fa bul tegee sa tànka ngir yàlla maa ngi leen di ñaan yéen if you have a guest coming in all the way from Gambia yéen you have to protect that person from the likes of Joe Sambo te Joe Sambo mu ngi maa dégga man ragaluma kenn Musa ngir yàlla bu leen dem leen back to Talib dem leen back to Talib ngeen na ko ñun ñoo li fi noon waaye fi mu nekk nii the public outcry has made it necessary for you to come to this event and we will protect you. That's what you need to do. He's your guest. Your guest must be protected. And I'm telling you right now, Talib is so respected and liked by people. Can Joe Sambu sa su ñëwee si meeting boobu noonu du toog foofu di ask Talib because ñi fa nekk sax ñoo ko du nangu. So this is, we need to remove politics. Su fekkee ne ñun toog na ñu ne Gambia moo ñu ñor Gambia mu dem si kanam lañ buga nañ bàyyi fi ñàkk fayda gis nga nit ki soo nekkee mag te joo mag nga léegi am na yenn danga koo bàyyi UDP man maa fi daan xuloo ñoom ba ñuy ma ooyee naka DSS nit ñi koo wax rek ñu ne ma UDP la because you know what you have to mature as you go on you have to mature in your politics man dama toog ma weeru ma ne okay muy UDP, muy Joy, these are a lot of the people in UDP, Joy, everybody. They are my comrades that I fought side by side with. So why would I sit down and fight with them? I will tell you something. There will be no viable coalition 2026 without Joy and UDP. Mark my words. So what that means is we want change in the Gambia. We need to make sure we're nice to these politicians. We need to make sure we negotiate with them. We need to make sure we talk but hair vitamin we just like what happened in 2016. Uncle AJ came to Fatu Radio. Guess what? John Lenyo Harris didn't dem convention, didn't dem tawal candidate. Musa Jeng du lolu mo am. Du lolu mo am. Ñun suñ togon di xass gaay di len saga fo nga de dinañ doon and ak ñun.
Yeah.
So Musa lima len di ñaax ngir yalla resent your decision because that is a sign of weakness for a person who is a champion.
Auntie of the struggle.
No, say it, I'm talking now, and I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that.
She's passionate. I mean, you sit out there, you see Tukulor. Tukulor is auntie for everyone, I'm a man, but Balna ko ahali. Fumne kanidal, we are good sisters. Okay, I was gonna trend towards Lamdo, but I kind of respect them now.
Mansasuma Nitkilagi is Lamdo. I haven't seen that for a minute.
but
Violent.
If Tukulor speaks, you have to listen. She's very passionate and she's very, very fair.
And
What?
she's been there
No,
consistently.
she's been there. Day
as the
one,
Rock
she's
of
been
Gibraltar.
there. People
I'm telling
don't know.
you.
They don't know, but she's been there. Tukulor wants to support everyone. Tukulor, every business is a Tukulor is out there support. So what she's saying is the fact. You have to be strategic. How and you have to control. I mean, we got grandkids, we got all these things. Even there, you are out there having petty things with people squabbling. It defeats the purpose, right? At this point, and then my brother, I'm gonna let Tukulor go, and then we can talk about my brother here because I'm telling you, man, I have headache, man. Too. I'm telling you, because I've been,
Subway is Suntu. When Ajiyam went publicly today,
no,
very sad.
he
I
did.
don't know.
She did. She wept. She apologized to Gambians that she's the one who introduced President Barrow, and President Barrow didn't deliver as expected, and she was very emotional and she broke down. That's true today.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what it was about. I'm gonna
Yeah,
slow watch
that's what Msuntu is saying. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But
Yeah,
Musa,
but again, Tukulor raised something like that doctor said, ne, and I mean, he used this wall of proverbs to
yeah, I heard.
and Fukadisul. I think the whole idea that, because for me, what they're basically saying, there shouldn't be any opposition in the Gambia. I mean, the idea that there is opposition that are out there telling you that your direction, your policies are not working, very critical of it, that doesn't mean that you're soul. That doesn't mean that they're less patriotic. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. That's what you have in a democracy. So the idea that being an opposition, you should just come and work with them and acquiesce and look the other way, that's not what we want in a country. I mean, and sometimes the opposition, are they gonna be very unfair? Yeah, they are. But it doesn't mean that they're less patriotic. They're just thinking that whatever programs that you have, they have a better solution than you do. I mean, that is why you're opposition. But if you're a government or a party, well, let's say for instance, and your whole focus is trying to dangle government jobs to kind of entice people from the opposition to come and join you to decapitate the opposition, I don't think that's what's good for our country. I think it should be the battle of ideas. If you believe that your policies and your prescription and your vision, as far as the country is concerned, you should try to win the hands and minds of the Gambian people. Not ne harama undermine me, Jelsen supporters, and then ultimately, just like what Jame used to do, and you're doing it at our expense. I mean, I have an issue with that. That is not Fukange gas, Fukange Sul.
yeah, Musa.
They're just critical of your policies and your programs. What do you expect them to say? I mean, sometimes, let's say, for instance, this asset recycling. The government comes and put out their policies. I'm not government. I like it. There are some within the opposition, they believe selling our assets is a bad thing. But they have a right to take that position. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work. That doesn't mean that you're soon. That means that they're saying your policies and programs are wrong. It's not good for the country. They have a better programs and just allow the Gambian people to decide. But then somehow, by them taking a position like that, you are undermined or you soon. I mean, I think that's neither here nor there.
Musa, I think here is the thing too. I mean, I was shaking my head when he said that because not to put him on the spot, but thinking about a couple of years ago when he actually sat down on the platform and say, incompetence, rampant corruption,
Yeah.
he renegade on the 3 years and all that stuff, and when they come to when they are inside the government, instead of what I've heard, I was part of these discussions. What concern? When I asked him that question, I thought he was just gonna come straight and acknowledge that, right? Even though you're a minister right now, but you could have actually acknowledged the concern and say, "Hey, I've been there. I've been part of these discussions. I'm aware. This is what we intend to do." But when you start being overly defensive,
I am not. Trust me, I just left Gambia probably less than 2 months ago. I mean, he didn't seem, but first-hand information. You could get first-hand information from the folks that are there every single day, and by you actually canvassing the area and become abreast what's going on, right? So all these things we can come here and say, a bunch of platitudes without any data pointing and all that stuff, and I think it's unfortunate. And one thing I realized too from their government, sometimes when they are talking to us, they think we're just talking for the sake of it. Because I was going to take him on the OMVG project, the transmission lines that he was talking about. These are issues that I'm very, very familiar with here in the United States. The fact that we're talking about it because we've seen deficiency, right? The stuff that he talks about, megawatt cannot that is load shedding because of the fact that the demand is more than the output of the generator for generation to supply people at a regular basis. So basically, they have to shut down one part in order to balance the load, in order to supply the other part of the country. So we know that. So if you're spending billions, that she talks about rural Gambia through Senelec, a long-term contract, and Senegal was very pragmatic in ensuring they had solar. You know that they built solar plants and they rolled those transmission lines to Gambia, and they had a long-term power agreement with Gambia, and they are paying millions and millions. Why couldn't we also be innovative and come up with such ideas? So I think those are some of the progressive discussions that I was expecting, not to go on an overdrive on what the government is doing. We all know that. Trust me, even the gas power stuff is more expensive and unsustainable, right? But I think it's a lessons learned, and hopefully when he comes in, it's not a debate. It's us having a dialogue, and hopefully have a good conversation. And as you rightfully said, don't brand people opposition. And this is the new mantra. Anyone who takes a government position talks about the opposition, the opposition, the opposition. You were an opposition. You were a political party leader before you came through me. I understand the sensitivity. You're a part of government now. You can't go on the overdrive. But we cannot continue to keep saying that everything is rosy when it's actually not. There's a lot of challenges. He knows it. I know it. You know it. Everyone else that was listening. We gotta be honest. And I think I was taken aback when he goes on an overdrive of these things are functioning. And when I said about the hospital, and that kind of ached me a little bit, because that's why I reference Ismaila Ceesay, because these are real issues that happen in the Gambia. So we just got to be very mindful of our rhetoric and be sensitive to the plights of people, because these are issues that are happening every single time. I mean, the medical response is not up to par. You can call RTV. They had a facelift. Okay, facelift means structurally. Do they have all the equipment? Do they have all the medication? So these are little details that we have to be really careful of. And I hope, this is his first interview, but when he goes in there, you just kind of take a little bit and absorb the question deeply, and have an appropriate response. Because obviously, before I ask that question, maybe I have a mindset where I'm going with that question, and that's what it is. And don't think that for a minute that if we sit on this platform, we don't know what we're talking about. We know what we're talking. We have vast experience on these issues. And in the Kanilai ferry, he says 18 months they're gonna build it. I really don't think though they can build a ferry within 18 months. I really with the engineering and the specification and the bidding process and all that stuff, I don't know what he's talking about. But again, I think the government needs to take this.
Not Bill. I thought he said they'll be buying new ferries in 18 to 24 months, unless I misheard. As far as the maintenance is concerned, that is supposed to be for 2-3 weeks, something like that.
Well,
that's what I heard.
Yeah, they are rebuilding, painting it, and all that. The one that has an issue. It's not the structure though. It's the mechanic of it. I mean, the engine has issues, right? So if the ferry is fully loaded,
and it went all the middle of the river,
Ocean, yeah.
and the waves are very powerful, and it
Yeah.
can't even, propel on its own proportion.
It's a
I think
problem.
that's a problem, and it's
It's a huge
it's a
problem.
danger, and what I
But
was expecting is the to articulate what kind of measure, because right now, Musa, think about it. The folks that are crossing, the people in Esso, Mayamba, all the way to Amdalai, they are local women that
yeah,
have, gardens. They take those
absolutely.
items to the, those guys are, for right now they are not. But so now, what is the immediate relief for those people? I mean, through,
The Senegambia Bridge.
but is that government negotiating as far as taking this? These are issues that I would hope that a government will address when you come on this platform and talk to us. But
Now,
again,
to be fair to him, the moment you accept these jobs and you're the information minister of a government, let's be candid. I don't expect him to come here and be critical of their policies and programs. He's not going to do that. The moment Jelnga Jobby you are in, your job is to really defend those policies and programs. That is why the Halifa Salahs of this world wouldn't take a job like that. There are a lot of people with integrity that wouldn't take jobs like that, especially if they think they are not in a position to those policies and programs. And I don't buy into this, you're in opposition, so when there's a government and we can work together, I mean, it really, there's a reason. Like I was asking him, there was a reason why you formed Citizen Alliance. I mean, a party that you had beliefs. Look, I mean, I know
Musa,
you do that,
but I want to push back on this notion that somehow, if you are part of this government, and you can be part of the government, but don't go on an drive. I mean,
No.
you are basically, now what I'm trying to say is defend something that you have facts on. And if he implement something and said, I understand that, but don't go on to an overdrive and be overly defensive about the security sector is working. What's call it? The medical
What do you
facilities.
expect him to say?
No,
I mean,
no, Musa. All I was expecting is to acknowledge the issues that everyday Gambians are battling with. I mean, as an honorable man, at least you can fill that position. I mean, if he goes down there, maybe on the public, so if he meets with the president, is he just gonna say everything is okay? I mean, if I was the president, if you're coming to me and say everything is okay, I'm gonna probably question your integrity and your competence.
Look, the only reason why we bring in these people, government, and we're going to continue to do that, I think it's important for our democracy, is to basically challenge them, to have a debate. But I do not expect any government minister to come here and pretty much not really sell the government agenda. I mean, let's not be naive. It doesn't happen anywhere in the whole wide world. It doesn't. Even right here in the good old USA, they go to those platforms, you'll be like biting your finger. I mean, they're saying whatever they have to say to defend, the government programs.
You are playing some devil's advocate. You're doing great.
You're
doing great until this point.
I'm not supporting it. All I'm saying is, I am not surprised when somebody gives you a job and you are an opposition, and then you decided to take that job. I can guarantee. I mean, actually, even Dr. Ceesay, even before he took the job, he was out there defending these policies and programs. Haven't you seen him on Kerfatu? I mean, the guy has been working on this job for a minute, So when we extended an invitation, I wasn't expecting him to come here and do otherwise. He did what he had to do.
Trust me, I do not set the bar too high. Trust me, I don't. But at the minimum, I want a level playing field, right? Things that people acknowledge, people that it's a public knowledge. We all know, and I have to give him credit for acknowledging what was written on the press conference, a press release from his ministry. Okay, he says that was a mistake, and they got the information right, and they will.
I'll be like, educate me for a minute. what was the issue? Even for Manbobo, it blew me away. What was the problem with the
For what?
president? I kind of missed it. I missed it.
Oh yeah. So basically, what they put on there was it was an injury, but more of talking about the wave. The wave on the roof that kind of drift the ferry on blah blah ferry could not. That's not real. That's not what really happened.
Oh, it was the engine itself.
It has a mechanical issue,
Problem. Yeah.
and it was fully loaded. And the army, everyone else, had to respond immediately and to rescue folks. I mean, the Navy was out in the sea, trying to rescue passengers. Of some people were stuck as Tukulor said, and they were out there with their river. I mean, with their vehicle, which is kind of scary too. I mean, with those type of waves. But
this guy said, I mean, I'm all for that. I mean, however they defend the government, but you have to grill them. I mean, and that's what we did. All I'm saying is, whoever you bring here, whatever minister it is, they are going to tell you their programs and policies are working. And
okay, how about you work on your Fana, the NRP, because at least Kauru is NRP. How about you try to bring him over too, right? Let's have a conversation. When are you going to do that?
It's going to be one of the most difficult conversations.
Well, that's what we want. Bring him on. Are you trying to cave in on him or what's going on?
No, we've always been trying.
What do you mean?
It's not like we haven't tried. And I mean, we're going to try again. But I'm just telling you, I'm a keba.
Why? You know what? I look forward to that day when he comes on this platform. Yes. The way you're cutting people off and you giving titles and demonizing people, that's not gonna work with people, man. I'm telling you.
Muhammad will blow this. He will blow this platform if you bring him here.
But he's one guy that you need to put him on the hot seat and come down and answer questions.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm just telling you. You think Dr. Ceesay was embellishing? Oh my God. you don't even. He said somebody was about $5 million to write something bad about this government.
And the other thing is, he said they keep insulting the government, but now next time they're gonna insult
them back.
I don't know what did he smoke some Kube Jaro?
That's what he said. He said,
yeah. He said. Well, I think he was high on some Kube Jaro, man. I don't know, at least Salem folks love Ahmad Ba. So you know what?
I don't know about that. I really.
You got an MP. You got a Salem guy from your area who is NRP. So what are you talking about, Musa?
No.
What are you talking about?
I don't think it's all about. Ahmad Ba. How our politics is. It all comes down to. Ahmad knows the place, no doubt about that. People think that Ahmad Pulla, like a Farafana, all of Temiri Junayon. I mean, that's who he is. And sometimes, come on. No doubt. Salum is definitely his stronghold. That's the reason why when people say that the president should get rid of Ahmad, I'm like, you guys are smoking something. The president will never get rid of Ahmad. It doesn't make sense politically for him to do that.
Why not?
He wouldn't do that. Why would he do that?
Because his bombastic style, going after attacking people.
Because he helped him win elections. You don't think that? Can you imagine? Ahmad Ba NRP, they have, how many seats do they have? 3 or 4 seats. You think that is just Ahmad Ba is much more of an asset than most of those people are in the cabinet. I can tell you.
It seems like Dr. Ceesay will be an asset too.
Ahmad Ba mo ginaneka Dr. Ceesay political asset than Dr.
No,
Ceesay.
No. I get that, but what I'm trying to say is, I think Doctor would be a good asset too, because based on
of course, all I'm saying is this: there are people that are given these jobs for political considerations. I don't think for Doctor, is it a political asset? I don't know about that. Is Doctor going to make a difference in terms of helping the president win 2026? I don't know about all that. I seriously doubt it. I think Doctor was out there. He has a political party. He's out there supporting the president, and he did the 360 or the 180, if you want to call it that. And this was, the president's way of compensating him. Now, I did say at the beginning, I think he's qualified for the job. And I'm going to say it. Some people are not going to like it. He is somebody that can go and defend the policies and programs of this government. Now, you can question, the facts as he put it out there, but I think he can be very effective. You have to look at the politics of it. I think Doctor has what it takes to do that. Now, for me, the information ministry per se, I think that's something we can get rid of. And we wouldn't even lose a bit if the Minister of Information were to go. What's going to happen? Nothing. And that's the kind of, hopefully, the kind of change that
a lot of people even I got a bunch of text messages about reconsidering the decision about the mayor coming over. I don't know, I will let you lead that effort, but
yeah, but you know that this was not just something we pull out of our head and say, we don't want to do it again. There is also the mayor and their situation that they have to deal with and that we have to respect. We're not interested in, undermining whatever it is happening within the UDP. We don't want to add gasoline to it. That's not our intent. Let's call it for what it is. That's not what we are trying to do. So if it turns out, people, because we were getting it from both sides. When people were exploiting it, and then let's be factual too. There were some people with UDP that called the mayor and said things that are not true.
Yeah.
Either out of ignorance, or they just exploited the situation. You may know that they are. And we did not want to, and yes, you're right. When Joe Sambo also went on, coffee time, and because look, man, I can be very forthright. Joe called me months ago about this. And I told him, he called me for them to use my place. They want to rent it to have these coalition talks. Nothing abnormal. That is something that should be encouraged. Absolutely, I don't have a problem with that. Maneko, but then I want to bring to your attention, during the July 4th, we have already 40 people by the people. We have reached out to, the mayor, Talib Bensouda, so he's going to be here as well. The reason why I'm going July 4th, but there are a lot of programs, so you want to make sure, you have to choreograph it and organize it well. If not, the fight so. Even you said the reason why we schedule it on a Thursday outside of the July 4th weekend, it's because we don't want it to interfere with the soccer or any other thing that is going on. And that's why I told him that this is what is coming. And his response was his response. He said the things that he wanted to say, whatever. I'm like, but that's fine. We ended up, I'm like, you know what? Both programs can happen. I even have my suggestions. They can, they can have theirs on a Saturday. The one we're having is on a Thursday. Jamming but when people started saying, this guy is coming to the coalition talks, that means that Mayor Bensouda for disrespect the UDP protocol. And nothing like that has ever happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Lolo, fala affair bineka. And we don't want people to Musa, but the mayor will not tell you I call him. What? No. That's Sundu. No, I'm not saying that the mayor did not tell me that, honest to God. Suntu Dafe's name never came up. What I said was people like Suntu, and definitely, you know what I mean by that. I don't think you did. But somebody
where did he say that?
No, to comment on Muna, but the mayor did not tell you I called him. No, you did not call him. But trust me, there were UDP folks that called him and made this allegation or trying to say, nay, the mayor was coming to Atlanta for these coalition talks. Lolumom, definitely. And that kind of bothered him. And also Joe Sambu's going on coffee time and basically attacking their party leader, someone that they respect, somebody he respects. Whenever I talk to him, he tells me this. So for me, it's like, you know what? We don't want to put you in a situation. I understand the politics of it. Lee can wait. It really doesn't have to. I mean, we don't really have to have it. I mean, Manuel Allen, my motivation, I like Taliban Suda. The other motivation is we have an annual program in Atlanta that I want to sell. I'm a salesman, and I want to make sure that everybody comes back.
Baz Muma Dugalde. Baz Muma No, today he took your heart. Muma boxing. Musa
I see your members of the UDP are publicly at odds on the direction of the. Is that good for the UDP? The longer it lasts on the public space. But you know what, Bas? I think that is good for the party. I really do. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that.
No, I think Musa, I think here is the thing. The fact that these conversations are ongoing, it's healthy, right? I don't think we should say we can't talk about these issues. We need to talk about the issues, because the reason why there are folks, especially the younger generation, are coming out and say, hey, maybe we need to try something different. I mean, every major political party, this is nothing new. But at the end of the day, it's going to bring disagreement. I think a lot of folks who are very, very dedicated to the principle and core beliefs of UDP, and who really understand the challenges that country faces, despite, they will come together. Because here is the thing. The common denominator is to ensure that we instill a new leadership, a leadership who cares about the plight of the citizens, who's going to be very honest and forthright, and who is going to battle the cancer that is within the government, meaning corruption, right? So I think forthright, what is going to galvanize us to come together is a common denominator to ensure that someone don't continue to impose another third time on the masses. 10 years is enough. Pass it on. Let somebody comes in and work. That's it. And I think that should be the position. People should not compromise on this thing, right? Yes, they talk about the 1997 Constitution, but we have a new Constitution that is lingering because someone says the first time is not going to count. No, you got 10 years, move on, let somebody else comes in and build. This is a democracy. It's a progress. So we just got to continue building the country. I think that's what's important. But I think the conversation is essential. And I am not discouraged. I think it needs to. If I have the chance, I would say amplify the conversation. Let's have a good discussion. Because as a party, I think it will build us, not weaken us at all. Because after all, that's what democracy is about, right? Dissenting voices, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. That's what we have to do. But collectively, at the end of the day, people will come together, because I think this is a family, and there are people who have, since the formation of the party, 1996, the same people, despite all the things that Yahya Jammeh took against them, they are still dedicated and they are part of this. And I have no doubt to question their credibility and dedication to uphold those core values and keep getting at it until we instill a government for the people, by the people.
So why don't la talventede?
Can
Suntu, you keep repeating this false line. I don't know what false line you.
I don't know.
Who said nobody should talk about
Suntu
anything?
is, Suntu. The fact is, Suntu is Suntu. Suntu will always dictate his way, and I'm not here to debate with him. I am very aware, and I talk to people like anybody else.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and have a debate on Suntu, what is right, what is factual. Okay, I don't misinform people. That's not
That
how
you don't do.
Yeah. So I
That,
mean,
look,
I'm telling you, if you really think what you have to offer for UDP, and it's very progressive, I ask you by all means, come on any platform. Let's talk about it. Let's share ideas. This is about teamwork, Sundu. No one for that. I want to go on to the record. No one wants to see UDP divided. No, we don't. Absolutely not. And even people don't disagree. The fact that you see folks who are not usual UDP supporters but are saying we need to change, we need this, we need, because they really come into terms that the only party that is valuable and can take on this machinery is UDP. And I take comfort to that. I don't see that as someone poking their nose into, because at the end of the day, you want those people to convince their families to vote for UDP. At least in 2026, that's what the goal is. That's what the message should be, right? So I did not say a public statement. I don't know where you're getting all that stuff, but I tell you what, I got no energy for you going back because you always want to have your way. I mean, I think it's so unfortunate. That's what we're trying to get away from, right? All right.
so Del, I'm glad he even asked this. Now, when we reached out, I don't know whether you heard me initially that we were trying to bring somebody big, somebody that the Gambians want to hear to Atlanta. And there was this talk about Halifa and the launching of his book. There was also the talk about Talib Bensouda being a mayor that people really want to hear. Now, he was not being invited as a UDP this or UDP that. He was invited as the mayor of KMC, an up and coming young guy that we thought if he were to come to the program to Atlanta, it would definitely bring a lot of people. Now, he wasn't concerned. I mean, he really wasn't concerned. The concern only came about, Del, when people exploited it. And it doesn't take rocket science. I mean, I don't think that we are naive. I mean, I know some people would have their, I mean, they would not be too excited about it, especially within the UDP. And there were also people who were not excited about it. They don't really care for the UDP. And they thought bring in Talib would only help the UDP. So it's like we were getting it from both sides, but we're adults. We know what we were getting into. But we thought it was worth it. So the concern only came about when people went with misinformation and lies. Fala affair binega. Man, look, I have always said this. For Barrow to be defeated in 2026, anybody who thinks it's going to be a walk in the park. Huh?
Musa, but Del's question is Dafabuga Muller. So he said, Musa, I don't know in what capacity you invited Talib and what was going to be his role in that meeting.
My answer was we were inviting him as the mayor of KMC, an upcoming politician. This was supposed to be, even if when I was in the show, the first time we put it out there, it was going to be interactive, just like us inviting him virtually, which we've done in the past. So instead of Sariang, myself, and Pasamba asking questions, Del, it was going to be a town hall format. You know what I mean? I mean, he had a similar one when he was running for, his re-election. I remember watching that. And I was really impressed when people were asking questions from the crowd. So that was something that we wanted to, a replica of that. That's this what this thing was all about. I mean, and it was almost last year that we started thinking about it. And we kind of send feeling with different people to see how receptive the idea was. We talked to different people who really support Talib, and people that are close to him as well. And they didn't see any problem with it. So we thought, now, you know what? Yeah, then let's do it. Now, he was right to be concerned. Like I said, he only got concerned, rightly so, and for us to make the clarification But we didn't stop there. We said, you know what? I think your concern is very genuine. And his concern was, okay, what is happening here? How are people tying this to some meeting that is going to happen, coalition talks? I mean, if there is going to be any coalition talks, a letter will be written to the party. I mean, and they're going to either Alaji Useno would come, and just like what we did in 2003, he sent the vice leader. This was Yaya Jallo, who actually came and represent the party. So obviously, it was again the misinformation and people exploiting it for their own political narrative. So for us, the pulling out is just to make sure that this is not about all that, but it is what it is. But like I was going to say, I mean, I see the politics that is going within the UDP, and I've already said that is expected from any party that is credible and viable. You are going to have that. You have a lot of leaders, they have their beliefs, and there's going to be competition. Now, the question now is how it is managed. I do believe come 2026, defeating Barrow is not going to be a walk in the park. Anybody who thinks that, you must be smoking something. Really. I mean, if elections were to be held today, I can guarantee you most likely you might as well put your money on him. So what you see as a UDP, to me, is the only vehicle at this juncture. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 2-3 years. The only viable vehicle that can be a formidable force against the sitting government. We all can agree to those facts, but they also cannot afford to make one single mistake. The party has to stay intact in terms of enthusiasm, in terms of support, whatever, however things come out. Whether it's Stalin, whether it's Youngs, whether it's Mr. Babo, whatever happens, that's the only way they can be competitive. Anything short of that, they will woefully lose the elections. That's what I really do believe. They cannot afford to make mistakes. Possible, sir. I mean, that's really what I think. Now, there's nothing wrong with different supporters having their different going back and forth. I saw Yunus Haidara at his Facebook Live and Wandifa calling into that Facebook Live, and Kemo was on the Facebook Live. I mean, to me, that is healthy. They were having agreements and disagreements. As long as it is contained and people understand that ultimately there is going to be a process, and the process will determine who the United Democratic Party, the selection committee, is going to select to represent the party, and everybody fall in line. In the absence of that, they will lose. Now, in Africans, we have this typical thing: if I don't have it my way, and we all lose. They can do that too, They can.
Musa, I think your concern well noted, but I think in summary, I think people kind of need to understand, and even Dell, the reason why I think what triggers and saying, hey, somehow, we don't want to we don't want to think that people felt like this coalition talk. We're trying to get the mayor to come to Atlanta, but we had a prior discussion that this coalition are gonna talk, gonna happen in conjunction to his meeting. I think people like me, people like Musa was very uncomfortable because everything that if that's supposed to happen, we want to go through the right protocols, and we wanted to also respect UDP as a political party and go through writing them and all that. That didn't happen, and that was not part of our plans. And if someone somehow goes in there, wants to attack these events together,
yeah.
So they are not together at all. And I want people to understand. And I think you're probably gonna understand what we're talking. So I think it puts everything, the goal is, as Musa said, people need to unite, and this is a teamwork, right? So obviously there shouldn't be no mixed feelings or anything like that. If things needs to happen, it needs to happen in a transparent manner. And I think that was the goal. When these issues started, surfacing, and people are trying to say, oh, we felt that it's an obligation upon us that, at some point, maybe we reschedule this next year then we have ongoing discussions. If people within the party have concerns, that can be addressed, and hopefully we can look forward next year, have a great event. And I think that was the goal. And because definitely you don't want a coalition talk, someone called without going through the right protocols with the party, or someone going out in the media bashing a political party, expecting that somehow he will have people on the table to negotiate. I really don't think that's the way to go about it.
No. Andel knows that. I mean, I have
Yeah.
no doubt.
Yeah.
My good friend again, Munedi Onusa, the only thing going on with it is the people responding to outside haters like you. I don't think that's what it is, to be honest. I don't think there's anything to outside haters. I think there are disagreements within your party, and there's nothing wrong with that. We all said that. And I mean, for you to reduce it to that they're just responding to outside haters, and then we have double 26 with respect of the flag bearers. I respect that. That's fine. That is your position, but not what everybody's UDP's position is. Huh?
Yeah, the brother man said, "Did any executive contact you guys about the invitation?" No, nobody contact. This was an ongoing
What did he
discussion.
say? Executive who?
I think he's talking about the executives of UDP.
No.
No, they did not. This was, and I must I just let me address him, because I think he probably still not following the conversation. This has nothing to do with UDP at all.
No, it does
But
not.
we have to respect UDP as a party.
Yes.
If we organize all these events, we want Talib, as Musa said, for Talib to come and have a conversation here. Now, all of a sudden, there was a parallel event. Somehow that event is being communicated. Someone contacted Talib directly and say, "Hey, supposedly there's a call," and that person comes back and say, "Hey, you guys had me come to Atlanta, but you guys didn't tell me about this coalition talk."
Yeah.
You got to understand where we're going with this whole thing. It's not complicated, right? So we're like, hold on a minute. That was not part of our plan. We had no prior discussion with any person or any group that has this coalition talk. Now it puts us on a bind. In order to unravel this, it makes complete sense to cancel it and look forward. That way, there is no misunderstanding or misconstrue of our plans or objectives of that event. I hope that answered the question, because we're going back and forth on this. Okay? All right.
Yeah. Of course we do. Believe me, we are on the same page. I know where you're coming from. But look, it is what it is. Our intention was genuine, and we've already highlighted it, both Tamina and Sayang and myself. At the end of the day, it is what it is, Yakata joke.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy you saying, I like the brother, but don't say that stuff. That's not the objective. This is we can't say it like that, right? I mean, he's part of UDP. We're not gonna. That is. This is the thing. We're putting a whole. You cook. Yeah. We cook.
They just say what they want to say.
Yeah, we could
come out as soon as possible.
We cooked the rice and we said, we take the sand and put it right over. That we're not gonna do that. I mean, the goal is not the fact is, do you know how much effect is that gonna have? A division, and maybe that's going the only winner in this. What you are saying, that it would be Barrow. Ultimately that's not the goal here.
No,
I think people need to be very careful about this whole thing. Honestly speaking.
In my own opinion, he said this is his own opinion.
No, man.
There's something wrong with your opinion, because your opinion
he's my guy. Sometimes I'm going to point. They're trying to cause him see and get all the people like Suntu rile up and all that. I don't know, Suntu, did you see this comment? Are you okay with this comment?
To come and declare his aspiration. I can guarantee you, most likely,
the relationship
is smart enough. He knows exactly what he needs to do within the United Democratic Party. And so far, being an outsider, I think he's calling it. He's spot on, really. And this whole idea about allows his aspirations within it.
No, but Musa, also you gotta. I think also we have to be very fair and put everything on the record here. There's a platform a lot of people are watching. I think
Yeah, they are. Have a big discussion.
I think we have to also commend the mayor when
Yes,
this issue was he heard this issue or someone decided to reach out to him. The steps that he took. I mean, a person who is very, very reasonable will do such a thing. Talib Bensouda doesn't want any divisions within UDP. I can guarantee that.
nope,
We got the voice messages. He addressed the concern forthwith
yes,
and with swift response and say, that's not something that I want to be part of. I want something whereby it will bring unity and enthusiasm to the party because I'm part of UDP. So if anyone wants to go and misrepresent this thing, you can go and get at it, honestly speaking. But Talib is very aware and very cognizant and very appreciative of UDP as a party. Because I listened to that voicemail, Musa. You listen to it, and this conversation are going. When this stuff comes in, he had a swift response. Someone who goes like this, will not do such a thing, but he did. And the response was very, very appropriate. And I want to make sure I share that for the record. For the record. And
I think it's important. I think it's important.
It's very important.
The guy wasn't wavering there. The guy is not. His only thing, my one, how does this affect the party? And he was really concerned about the things that were said about his leader, Alhaji Hussein. He said it. It's like this sounded like a coalition talk. That is, they don't want to talk to Alhaji Hussein. Disrespect. That's what he said. So we're not making things up. I wish I was in Liberty, but look, but I'll just play the damn audio feed. You see, it's not about defending this person or that person. It's about the truth. He's not interested in division. He's not interested in.
Not.
If I'm not chosen, I'm gonna defeat and make an independent candidate or destroy the party.
No.
That's not Monday man. That's not what I'm hearing from the man. And Suntu, I know the UDP doesn't take me seriously. That's fine. So you don't have to tell me. You don't even have to tell me that. So they don't take me seriously. I get that. I really do.
No, Suntu. Suntu is a typical what is called. The Republican guys over here. What am I gonna throw that at him, man? Freaking, how do they call it, man? Someone who just kind of see things in his own thing and wants people to kind of believe it. What would they call it, man? Every time they say it on CNN, it will come to my mind, man. But Musa, I think sometimes it's okay. It's very, very necessary for us to set the record straight.
I think so.
I've seen this whole thing about the only person but I think when I heard that voicemail and the back and forth, the discussions, I was in Saudi, but I was very, very comfortable in my heart to say that, hey, the person who people think this guy is all about unity. And I tell you what, even though Talib ends up not being the flag bearer of UDP, I don't see Talib branching off for UDP.
Oh, he wouldn't do that.
Something else. Okay.
100%,
So I think everybody needs to calm down. Everyone needs to calm down. The people who are on vengeance out there spreading all kind of conspiracy theorists. That's what it is. So that's what Suntu is. All right. That's what I was gonna say. So
put it out. We know Taliban and you do.
Yeah.
Suntu, and that statement alone is loaded.
He said what?
He said, we know Taliban and you do. He said, Musa, cut it out. We know Taliban and you do.
Yeah.
It's loaded.
But the fact is, we want to make sure we share this. There's no backdoor. I think a lot of people who are confused about why this thing got canceled and all. And Epson, I think you need to stop sometimes. You don't dictate what we do on this platform, what we do, what the decision that we make. We respect your opinion. That's very good.
But somehow, I think we've been around long enough to understand somehow some of the sensitivities around certain topics or certain events.
And
And
that's, yeah.
sometimes when we're speaking, we are speaking honestly. We're not intimidated, but we gotta respect other folks, especially a party like UDP. Okay, it's the biggest party. We don't want any division. We want people at least to come together. I think that is the issue, right? So enough, yeah, we have to talk about, we need to make clarification because there's a lot of issues that's been said, and these are unfounded allegations. Okay, so we just got to make sure that we address all these things because it's
So,
important.
Mr. Maron, it's Sinker Sank.
Sinker
5 minutes
sink, huh?
after 5, and definitely we've been on for almost 4 hours.
We've already talked about the ferry issue. He said we let's
Yeah.
talk ferry.
Maybe, but then there is another, what's his name is floating around, but that would be for another day. Bus. This is about this accusation of James assets. And I guess the guy from Doi, what's his name? Kurang, went out there and make allegations. And so maybe we will bring
Oh, I
Kurang
like
here.
Kurang about the
Alaji Kurang. So maybe we will bring him on this platform and see what he has to say about that. But Seriang, like I said, it's really good to see you. Coming from Mecca, and I'm so you were going into Allahumma labayka Allahumma innal hamda la ni'mata laka wal mulk la sharika la. I'm sure you've been reciting that, and it's always good that
Well,
you're back.
it's good to catch up. It's good to catch up with you, and a lot of issues are covered, and hopefully,
Yeah,
yeah,
we will
and
be.
Epson, we value your opinion, that definitely. But
Oh, that we
sometimes
do.
I think you push too hard, man.
Now, I mean, every person that make a comment, definitely we value you, because in the absence of that, this program won't be any. Even my good old friend Sundu, and as much as I disagree with him, he comes here every Sunday and he speaks his mind, and one has to respect that, even though he calls me a hater. but, but,
Well,
but I still respect that.
You know Sundu back on
I know
Gambia
him well.
Gambia Post and all that stuff. Sundu would be Sundu.
We've been on phone calls. I mean, on conference calls. He used to come after me when I said something about the diaspora having this umbilical cord.
Also, you look sharp today, though. That's all by you, bad guy.
Wow, what is that?
He says, we all look sharp today in the African attack.
Oh, is that no? Why your mom? You look. I mean, that white, that's purity. It's like I'm coming.
You
from
know, I had just to transparent moment, right?
Yes.
So I had these two whites. I was foreseeing the past F win. So that election night. So President Jomai, that election day.
Musa, did you unfriend me? Oh, I did not. Man, do ma unfriend Ken. Even Musa, why did you unfriend me in this? Unfriend mo nekut suma affair. I don't block. I don't unfriend. Mariam C. I don't do none of that. I mean, even the ones that call me names, the forest dollars of this world, he's still my friend, and I comment on his thing. I don't do that. Thick skin, I have. I don't unfriend nobody.
So, Musa, I just want to be transparent. So today, this was another Jomai past Steph because during the campaign they keep wearing white, and ultimately they deliver. So I have to wear the other one to white. I mean, I hope my sister call in and we speak about. Oh, he says, why did you unfriend me on this one? Oh, Mariam was.
I did not. Especially the 40 people by the people. We don't even unfriend anybody there. I don't think. Yeah. I think she's referring to the 40 people by the people Facebook. But again, we're also on YouTube. I was trying to go there and see. But we're also on YouTube. So, I mean, after this program ends, you can always go back and watch it on YouTube as well. But Sariang,
yes, sir. You are my boss. You are our boss.
You're still coming to Atlanta now.
Yeah. Well, I'm still coming.
Okay.
We got to do our thing, man. I'll be there.
We definitely need to do our thing.
It's already marked on my calendar. Even I promise my brother, man, he even texted me while I was out there, man. What's his name? And great guy, great brother.
Your Atlanta brother, what's his name?
Who?
Man,
It's like,
I'll come to it, man. August.
August. Yes.
August.
Yeah,
man.
I was just, back and forth with him for the Ramadan.
Yeah, man.
He's
He
a
was
very
there.
progressive fellow.
Mubarak,
Yes.
he texted me. I said,
Very
unfortunately,
progressive
I'm not here. I'm there, man. But great guy.
Absolutely. He's a great guy. Definitely. Yeah, man. Well, bro, we'll
All right,
definitely
bro.
do it again
Thank
next
you,
Sunday.
Musa.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
We will be
Because,
back.
hey, Dauda. I was at Kaaba, and with that day he was like, this Badibunka guy, he was very, very hungry. That's why he didn't show up for the people by the people. I was laughing, man. I was cracking. I said, well, if you know what I'm doing right now, you will not even talk about hunger, man. I'm telling you. Now the Ceesay is always on
Ceesay, I know.
Yes, absolutely.
But again, we need to thank
Boss,
Dr. Ceesay too for making it today. And we're looking forward to, like he said, we'll bring him on whenever he wants to come on. Whenever.
Yeah, but bring Ahmad Ba. If you got connections, bring Ahmad Ba. Your party leader.
So now I'm NRP. All right, sorry, young man.
Man.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.